Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the Economic Development Subcommittee to order. Um, And with that, can we please do the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. I'm Valerie McCall, and I'm sitting in for our chair and vice chair today. And so, sorry, you stuck with me for about an hour or so. We do not have a quorum just yet, so we're gonna hold on approving the minutes, right? Has anybody signed up for public comment? Okay. I forgot the preamble, so let me go back. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. Remember when I erased that? For the benefit of our guests from the public and a recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. So again, we're gonna hold on the approval of the minutes just yet till we get a quorum. Next on the agenda item is the public comment. Has anyone signed up to speak today? No one? All right. Executive Director and Chair report. I have absolutely no report except to say, I don't know why I agreed to do this the day after my birthday, but I'm here. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Executive Director's report.
I do not have a report other than, again, to say good morning and welcome, and glad to see so many of you. And this is really important for us to move forward as a region. Having an economic development subcommittee and having it populated with folks from across the region. So again, I just want to thank you.
All right. Action items, there are no action items for this meeting, and so we're just gonna go right into presentation, and I love the fact that Ronnie is already at the microphone, the podium. Ronnie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. This is the Performance Measures Data and Analysis Review. There's no action requested. This item is for information and discussion. There's no previous action. As we all realize that there were 17 key topic areas that was identified in our SEDS, part of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis process. The ones that you see highlighted are the ones that are in bold. Initially, we started out with 7, and at one of our previous meetings, it was suggested that we added the 8th one, which is the aerospace NASA Glenn topic area. As far as this performance measures data analysis, it's crucial to making decisions and identifying patterns, provides validity to conclusions, support regional development initiatives to implement the SEDS, and helps build convincing arguments for projects' need and impact on the region when applying for funding. NOACA will partner with the Cleveland State University Center for Economic Development to provide data and information to inform our stakeholders, guide local policy, strengthen the understanding of economic conditions, and guide strategic decision-making across SEDS priority areas. As far as the information, in speaking with CSU representative, areas that we're going to be looking at, and it's based on the key topic areas that we initially looked at, and also the other 10 that will come into play at some point in time. As far as geography, the center will report on all data, including any geographies for the region with comparisons to the state and also at the U.S. level. As far as demographics, complete population breakdown by age, race, ethnicity, et cetera. Socioeconomic data will include education, economic, and employment data, long-term breakdowns, medium capital household income, medium and per capita household income, sorry. Educational attainment, graduation rates, household broadband access, employment to population ratio, and unemployment rate. These are all the sources and the types of things that we agreed to in our performance measures. Also socioeconomic, employment data, median per capita household income, educational attainment, graduation rates, household broadband access. Sorry, I think I have that again. Yeah, sorry about that. Housing, relevant indicators such as household size, median home value, house affordability measures, and as far as business, the total number of firms, employees, and sum of wages. There's a lot of information that we're going to be going over here, and the next thing that I have here, and I would like to introduce Molly Schnook from the center, CSU, as far as this center's mapping tool, and she's going to give an example of the portal.
Hi, everybody. Molly Schnook from the Center for Economic Development at Cleveland State. So what you're about to see here is an example of what the dashboard and a mapping tool around this data could look like based on a previous project that we executed with support from a national foundation. This is a snapshot that I'm going to show you of this broader mapping tool, which is publicly available on the center's website. Can I just click and it will? Okay. It may take a minute to load because it's a large GIS file. So what we're proposing to do is create a publicly available story map using ArcGIS to compile and display the data. To compile and display the data that this committee will approve. Our geography can be at the county level as well as sub-geographies, including down to the census tract. Sorry, we're just getting it loaded for all of you to see. See if it goes up. There it is.
But you have to look over there.
Oh, I have to look over there? Oh, no. I've got to look over at the screens over there because it's not showing on mine. So let's see. What region? Let's pick. Oh, this is going to be difficult because it's so far away from me. You got to pick the Midwest region. Can you?
This one?
Okay. Oh, it's still difficult to see. So let's just pick. Can you tell me which one's the Midwest from your distance? I can't see.
Fourth down.
4 down. I can't even see the person. 1, 2, 3.
Right there.
Right there? There we go. Sorry. Thank you, everybody, for your assistance in this. It's going to be a team effort today, it looks like. All right. So while this loads, so this data that you will be seeing, we have at the census tract level for all 88,000 U.S. census tracts. When we produced this, we had to break it down it was such a big file and background data, so you can search by region, and this is kind of taking a minute to do. We'll zoom in on Cleveland and just give you an example. So what we did here is this is a factor analysis that we use. So again, this is just an example, and we won't be doing this with this data for SEDS. This is hard to do, but what you can see is when you click on a census tract, it gives you some data examples in it. So like median household income, median home price, home value is in there. What we propose to do is allow for this interactive mapping tool that we will produce for the Cleveland MSA. When you click on a census tract, all of the data variables that this committee agrees on in reporting will show for that census tract. And in the story map, there will be a introductory page that will have the comparisons sort of across all the counties, explaining all of the variables they're kind of meeting. But then when you go in, you will click on the census tract and see the comparison to Ohio and the US in each of the data fields that we will list. And this will be searchable and updated. So if any of our community partners need to produce a proposal for any federal agency or state, they can go in and access all of the current data variables in comparison to Ohio and the US in that census tract where maybe that project also occurs. Right, so this can get hyper local. We hope that this is also useful in decision making for this committee around maybe various projects or areas that we want to investigate further depending on comparisons. But this should give you an example of some of what we can look at and be, searchable in such a tool. And this is based on Esri's ArcGIS with all of the data that we loaded in this. This was based on 66 data variables that we used to produce this. So this can already give you an idea maybe of some of what's going on in the region, we hope. And here you can see like these pink communities. This is kind of that new growth in housing. So if we're talking about maybe something like job centers, this could give you a good idea of where, some of this new housing growth is happening. When we're talking about workforce housing, you can look at, with this particular tool at least, you could look at things like starter homes, census tracts in the region that are predominantly based on like starter homes, and that, that median home sale price is going to be kind of first-time home buyers. We can look at some of these census tracts are driven by other factors, such as people factors, like home predominantly census tracts with higher populations of Hispanic or Black populations that you can see, and that's the driving factor. So this is just to give you an idea of what something could look like public facing as this is. And again, we will produce this across the MSA that's searchable, but it has the potential in the future, if this committee should decide, that we could expand this to map all of Ohio and compare our region, our EDA region, to others even in the state. And I think that this gives the committee and NOACA some future flexibility and expansion as maybe we get a little bit more down the road in publicly showing the data coming out of this committee. So at this point, I kind of want to ask, does anybody have any questions sort of about what it might look like or feel like publicly? And then maybe we can discuss the data points further.
Can reports be driven off of this data?
I'm
within?
sorry, I can't hear you.
Can reports be taken from this data within? Can we run different reports based on what we see?
So I think I'm hearing you right. So like somebody external could look at that data and use that. Theoretically, yes. For this committee and partners, what we would provide to NOACA as part of this work is additional background data tables, charts, maps, that can be supplied to committee partners for use around this. So once we collect it, it then becomes, the back end data then becomes available to the whole of the committee.
Okay, so if we were looking for specifics, like you said, in certain zip codes or whatnot, that narrows
I-
it down. Right? Have to be right on it.
Yeah.
So if we want to narrow it down by certain zip codes or more specifics and give you like the outliers that we're looking for, could you run that report for us then? Based on,
Based on this, we could, so I don't want to necessarily say zip code because they're not a one-to-one match with census tracts, right? We would have to look at the zip code, look at the boundaries. Census tracts change also, and get updated. And so we would have to look at that. But, zip codes tend to be more, porous across jurisdictions. And that might be a more difficult match, right? So a census tract might encompass part of one zip code, but not another. But yes, we can look at specific requests based on what data we have available.
Okay, Paul?
Thank you. I'm Paul Hurdig,
Excuse, I'm sorry.
Cuyahoga County, and I apologize if I'm asking this question at the wrong time in the agenda. Please let me know and I'll ask it again at the right time. I think we all know the current federal administration has signaled a change in what it considers important when it's evaluating requests for federal funding. And I guess I'd like to raise the issue of whether we can attempt to figure out what they're looking for and help each other by researching the data that corresponds to what they say they want. Just
Yeah.
for one example that I know about, early on, there was a signal, I think from the Department of Transportation, they wanted to know about birth rates. They wanted to give more funding in places with a higher birth rate. So I'm wondering if we can kind of mine that flow of information from Washington to see what they now consider important and see if that data is available.
Well, excuse me, that was one of the things that we were going to mention is that there's a lot of things that's happening at the federal level. And speaking with Molly and all, there's two things that they're looking at with regards to the economic development. And that's job creation and private investment. So there are those two things that they're laser focused on, those two items that kind of made a shift in what we were looking at. And if you recall, over the last year or so, been trying to gather information from everyone, and that was kind of slow moving. And if you also recall that one of our focus areas that when we formed is that we wanted to create a repository of information that could be accessed so that we can kind of move forward. So there's a lot of changes and we're going to kind of get into that a little bit more. But yes, we are been looking at it on the federal level and also how we're going to have to make a shift of how we're looking at the type of data that we need to get. But I think the other type of data that we're gathering now would be beneficial for everyone as we begin to look at other sources other than, say, from the EDA, other sources, things that are out there that we can possibly apply for.
So Paul, to your point, you're correct, right? Many federal agencies have very specific, narrow directives under this administration that they are focusing on. We have been informed by EDA that the agency is focused on, and Department of Commerce as a whole, is focused on job creation and private investment. Some of these other variables and data points may be of value to other agencies and other federal potential, proposals and collaborations. The data that we have that went into this started with 106 data variables and include everything from things like population under the age of 18, population density, percent of single mothers, poverty rate, migration flows. We included data on, we have household income quantiles. We have things like tract to income ratio. We even have data on homeownership borrower by race, ethnicity, and age. We have life expectancy data, we have birth rate data, food insecurity. So my point in saying that is, should we get information from different agencies or programs where there are specific and additional data points that are necessary, I think we have the capacity to add those into these layers and information that we can report out. Now, for consideration are things such as either highly proprietary data from partners on this committee or data that is only available for very limited geographies. What you're seeing here is data that's available for all census tracts. That's why we chose it, because we were mapping the whole of the US. So if there may be particular investment data that's only available for limited census tracts, we can discuss, how to display that or in what time for update. But using this kind of tool allows for that addition or layering, right? So there's adding data that you can see in fields versus being able to sort by it in layers. And we can think about, collectively how we actually want to visually display that and allow it to be searchable, public facing versus maybe what the committee might have access to. Meaning, like an earlier update for consideration, to vote on formally adding a piece of data to the tool, that kind of thing.
Okay. Any other questions on this subject? Ronnie, are you wrapping up the presentation on this one? It's a lot of information, and hopefully we can send the link out to everybody to even just go on and play with this one. It's really, looking at it in just a snapshot of it, it tells you a lot. So I'm interested in exploring this a little bit more.
Yeah, so let me also say, what you're seeing is a breakdown by census regions, US census regions. We did have to break down the southeast of the US into A and B regions because it's rather large in terms of data. I can send Ronnie the link to share with everybody. So you can, again, sort this by US Census region. We also have the ability to sort by cities specifically and city size. So we break it down into large, medium, and smaller cities. And so when you do that, let's say you click the medium-sized cities in the city size, it will show you the US map and all cities of that size parameter in there that you can go in and then search as well. And so we have several different data views through which you can access this. We just couldn't put it all in one single file and link. But it is publicly available. It's on the center's website on a data page called Investing in the Middle. And so you can access that. If you look it up and Google it, you could access that right now if you so choose.
Thank you. So Ronnie?
As Ronnie's looking for the next slide, I just want to again recognize that NOACA is now partnering with the CSU Center. And that really gives us an additional resource as NOACA, who is the convener and the facilitator, the maintainer of the SEDS, and having that expertise to really get the performance measures to a place where they're useful for this organization and for all of you as part of the organization. So thank you, Molly, for that partnership.
Okay, there are no financial impacts, of course. This was just for discussion only. And our next step is to
So I will say there is a financial impact to our partnership with Cleveland State. They are
Yeah.
They will be paid for the work that they do with us, and we are entering into an agreement, an interagency agreement, to be able to do this work.
Yeah, sorry about that. We haven't finalized that, and that's why I didn't put it in there. But Grace is right. We are in process of coming up with an agreement with Cleveland State University to provide this data for us. Next steps is to establish the priorities measuring the SED's performance and implementation, which is key to providing a framework for measuring success and tracking the progress regarding these subcommittee goals. The one thing that we need to do that at some point in time that the committee needs to agree upon or make a recommendation as to what they are looking for with regards to the data that has been laid out in the SEDS. We initially said the 17 key topic areas are now, with this change in what the direction of the federal government is going with, are we looking at some of the portions of the key topic areas that was initially agreed upon, which is like manufacturing, workforce development. I think those are key. Healthcare is there. We have aerospace, National Glenn, innovation and entrepreneurship. At some point, we need to figure out exactly what are we looking at with regards to the region as a whole. And if job creation is one of the primary points that the federal government is making, then I believe that workforce development is key to a lot of the things that this group needs to kind of focus on. I'll open it up for any questions.
And I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about the scope with Cleveland State, so people understand the full scope of services that Cleveland State will provide to us. In addition to working with the performance metrics, they're really going to assist us in maintenance of the document. And then I would sort of like to have a broader discussion about is there anything we're missing in terms of a relationship? We're trying to close a gap that we think exists because we don't have specific economic development staff that work on this. It's not necessarily something that at this point we have funds to do in terms of staffing, but is there anything that you all think that we're missing that perhaps we could add to the agreement with Cleveland State to be even stronger in terms of a support? Yeah, so Ronnie, why don't you talk about, or Molly, why don't you talk, one of you talk about what the scope is?
Sure. So this first iteration, I don't know, depending on the contractual time frame, if it is a 12-month time frame or 6 months in getting this up and running. So the initial work would encompass the updated data collection on all of these variables and the actual creation of the ArcGIS mapping tool that we will then test with the committee and eventually make publicly available. So in thinking of it like kind of a startup, right, there's more startup upfront costs related to that in the initial creation. And so that's what this first contractual agreement covers. It will cover the data that we can get access to, whether that is through partners that CSU can't publicly access or able to obtain, or additional data that this committee approves. What is listed here is based on previous discussions with the committee and the SEDS performance measures document that we have been discussing. So we pulled most of what was publicly available. Other data points that are listed in there come from other sources and folks on this committee like GCP or Team NEO, or maybe even specific counties, county partners, or other entities, maybe like Metro Parks or something, that we can incorporate into this. But what we have listed initially is just what's publicly available data.
I would also like to add is that over the previous meetings, and I've stressed, and I've actually sent out information to all of our stakeholders, everyone on the committee, asking for information. I've received reports, but not the actual data. So that's something that hopefully we need to get together and collaborate as a unit to provide the right data that we can actually build a reliable database that everyone can utilize and be able to, move out and actually, apply for these grants, apply for the funding that's out there. But we need to do it as a unit.
All right, any other questions on this? Thank you. It's a lot of information. But really, I'm looking forward to see the development of this, to be honest with you, because I think that at least it'll be one centrally located point that you can go to first to retrieve data, as opposed to how we have to do it now, right? You go to the city, you go to the web, to the county, different points of data. So I'm excited to see how this comes about. I think it's a good partnership.
Yeah, and so Cleveland State will be reaching out to you as our members to see if there is data that you have that we need to include in the metrics. I know Ronnie has expressed to this committee before that we have had trouble collecting some data. We hope that the label of CSU, Economic Development Center, will be stronger in getting folks to participate in that data collection.
John?
Yes, with this, because we're moving forward at this point, you still don't have the agreement, and you're going to have to develop that contract. You're going to have to bring that to the boards to have that approved. So we're talking about maybe December start, and then we're talking 6 months, 1 year. What time frame are you looking at to
Yeah.
get a product that we can work with?
So the current agreement will be less than $75,000, so it will not have to go to the board. So our objective, we do have the agreement already drawn up. The objective was simply for today to have the discussion and make sure that the subcommittee was comfortable with the direction that we are going in. Then we would intend to sign the agreement as soon as we can and to begin work as soon as we can.
Does the current, I guess you could say, first draft of the agreement include revisions? And if so, I mean, if we get some data and we find that, okay, this isn't exactly what we're looking for.
So I would say that that's not explicit in the agreement, but I would propose that it is certainly within any normal scope of this kind of work.
Mhm. And that was a little bit of what I was trying to get to, Ronnie, when I asked about the more, I guess, robust language that I was looking for around the performance metrics, that they would be responsible for the performance metrics review, analysis, collection, and any revisions or modifications. So they would be essentially acting on our behalf to do that. And if we were doing it, yes, we would accept revisions and we would put that in there. So the agreement does need to make sure that it reflects that
Well,
flexibility.
the initial one doesn't, but I did follow up with Molly with the information, and we're working on a modified, revised version, so.
We're working on fleshing out that language. But yes, I would imagine in the same way that we're talking about each variable here initially for the performance measures, we would be able to report what we're seeing in these geographies, show the preliminary mapping and report out and data tables, and then the committee can determine whether or not that eventually makes it into the public-facing mapping tool. Is it useful? Is it really what we want to be seeing? So in terms of time frame, right, it would also depend on how long that process takes in agreement. But once the contract is executed, we would start working right away. What's going to happen for us, just in a practical sense initially, is, as you can see, we have a lot of this data historically. So this was updated through 2020, in some cases 2019, but mostly 2020. So we would have to collect the more recent years for that, and then put them in and map them for the committee. But a significant portion of the data collection already resides with us.
once the product matures, who'll maintain it? How will it be maintained moving forward? Is it something that will come back to NOACA, or is it something CSU will continue to maintain and update year after year? And I have a second question.
What
Right.
would be the expectation?
The expectation is that CSU will maintain the public portal and the update. That depends on resources going forward, right? So I can't say that it's going to be up for 10 years, right? Who knows how long that is going to last. But as participation in this work and contractually with NOACA, we will continue to maintain and allow that to be public facing and have that. Should it need to be transferred to another group or entity such as NOACA for continuing that going forward, we can engage in that discussion when the time comes. But we, in the contractual agreement, we will be providing NOACA with the back-end data files. So they will have those in full regardless, or all the data that we collect, so that they can have that for their use. Again, this is a product for public use with public data. So we will be providing that for NOACA, and they can use that in other matters as they determine as well.
Is any of the system proprietary?
So right now, ArcGIS is proprietary. It is a platform that we have a subscription to as a university. I am not sure in transfer of the actual portal and how that happens. Certainly, NOACA has ArcGIS and GIS specialists, so it would not be inconceivable or, in my estimation, difficult for that to be transferred.
I think it should be in the agreement that moving forward, if CSU decides to opt out for some reason, maybe your administration changes and you're not doing this anymore, that we're not held, data hostage, where we have to reinvent everything again. And that maybe that's something that we will have access to the proprietary system, or at least its equivalent, where the data is transferred over immediately once it becomes mature. Because I've had this experience before, where you're running 100 miles an hour, and then the contract is done, and then you're going back to zero. So that's just a concern, that we don't lose any of the data, or any of the historical data, or any future.
Right. So part of that is a function of our GIS and what subscription you have to that. So for NOACA, but like I said, they have very in-depth expertise also in GIS. So what their use, I would imagine, is similar to ours. I can't provide access to our subscription, but can transfer meta files to NOACA.
And I think that can be made clear in the agreement that should a transfer be necessary, we would be responsible for our own subscription to the platform, but that the data and, all of what you're referring to as the back end comes with us.
The other question I have: who'll have access to the system, and how will they gain access to the system, and how will it be marketed to the outside community?
So maybe we need to change language in like access to the system. So CSU will have the access to creation of and all of the back-end data and input and collection and all of the, again, the meta files that we'll need to use for this. Like you saw in the walkthrough, the public will have access to that through the public portal
Okay, that's
that
my
we
question.
put up. And that will be just like the existing one on CSU's website, on the center's website. It's free, publicly available. Anyone can access at any time. And, they will be able to see all of the data for particular geography that this committee has approved.
And I think that's actually a really important question about who will market it or how that will be done. CSU is in this case, is acting as both the sort of consultant doing the work on our behalf, as well as a partner, because they are the region's economic development center. And so I would think that NOACA would be able to market it for the economic development district that we hope to have soon, that we would be able to market that. And they certainly could partner with us in doing that, but it would be our responsibility to put forth the information to use this as a resource based on the Economic Development District and the SEDS.
I mean, I think it's important that
Yeah.
the community knows that this product is out there because I'm sorry. I think it's really important that the community knows that this product is coming or is live at some point, because it really is a cool product, and it's something that shows a lot of progress
Right.
towards the end goal.
Great.
Again, you mentioned going 100 miles an hour, and that's what we're about out in Lorraine County too, is we want things done. We want it to move. I encourage you to get going on this, get this product put together at light speed if you can. We have so many projects, so many things happening. We want to be prepared and have everything available for that. And I do thank you. This is a huge, enterprise that you're taking on, and it's going to be so needed to be able to show potential, clients coming in for development and to have us to market what we have available here in this region. So thank you for what you're doing. Hurry up and get this done. Get that going, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Goal is to have the agreement signed off next week.
And I do want to just caution before we move on to the next presentation, because I know we could stay here for a few more hours, but unfortunately, we don't have that much time today. I did pull this up though, and I do want to encourage people to go and look at it now because of the information and a lot of stuff that they showed is there. And it'll be good for us to get used to it because I think that will help us give some feedback to Ronnie and to the team to say, hey, here's what we think is missing in there. Here's what we don't see that's in there. But I agree with you, urgency is important. So I'm glad to see this is moving along. I know it's been a long time coming from when we first started talking about economic development and NOACA's role in this. And I think we all know now that even though there are a lot of different entities out here with data, there are a lot of different entities out here with data, right? So having one location you can go to, I think is important. I also think, just piggybacking off of some of the things Cal was saying and John was saying, coordinating with some of these other agencies are going to be important, or even if there is a way to link back to some of these other sites. So I think of the City of Cleveland's GIS, it's actually really good. You could tell them I said that. Their open data portal is really, really good. And it took a long time to get there. We used to be closed data. And so the thing that I think for me that would be important is making sure, okay, how do these, I don't want to say interact per se, they sort of overlap, right? There's certain stuff we can get from one data point from another. So I think as you articulate that this is out there, and I really think you could start the marketing now, technically, because you're moving in that direction and you already have data points out there to really drive out to the community, especially down to the census tract information. I think that's going to be more important than people realize. And so I just think that making sure it's some kind of, at some point, we don't forget there are other ports of data out here. What distinguishes the centers from everybody else's, I think, is going to be a marketing point that you can utilize moving forward.
Yeah, so I will say that in doing this work, as actually Marissa knows, because she was a partner in this as well, it takes a long time to figure out what you want to collect. We're sort of halfway there with this committee already. But in actually building that mapping tool, it took us about 3 months to fully build and test that mapping tool and make sure that it was workable, downloadable, accessible on your phone, right? how we had to break things up so that people weren't overwhelmed with data. I will say, as we think about this going forward too, what is going to be logistically a deciding factor in when this gets launched is when partners provide all of the data, should that be what we're mapping, right? So the committee can consider when to launch it, even if it might be quote unquote incomplete. Maybe we haven't received very specific data yet, but we have enough to launch. So those are the kinds of considerations, I think, going forward, to your point about making sure it's out as soon as possible, that we would have to make, right? If we're waiting on somebody, somebody's proprietary data in particular, if that's holding something up or not. And we will be in communication and collaboration with Ronnie and NOACA in working with partners to get that data and ensuring that they are aware of the timing of all of that as well.
Do you have a list of participants, of folks that you need data from? Is there
That was a
comprehensive
part of
list?
the performance
you-
measures. If you look at the performance measures, at least the ones that we identified, each of those had sources of who we could get data from. And so that's our starting point. And, you know, for several meetings, I've asked the committee and those stakeholders to, are you the proprietary, agency for this portion of data? Not too many really said that much. So hopefully, now as we move forward, that we'll be able to get the type of data that we need and also come up with even more performance measures. Because I said, even though we have a certain number that's been set now, that's not set in stone. It's going to always change. It's going to always be additional ones.
Lastly, I think maybe one thing that could be done is maybe, I don't know, like a meet and greet with the CIOs of the agencies you're trying to get the information from, because a lot of times we're going through the principals, and a lot of times it's always the principal isn't the one keeping that data. It's the CIO team that's going to give you the access that you're asking for. And so maybe there's a special thing that you can do where you introduce them. They may not even know that NOACA is doing all of this because they're
Actually,
mining
they
data.
do. I've actually talked to some of the CIOs at some of their agencies. I think the issue is that releasing that data, that's a different story there. Some are, more protective of their data, and we need to kind of, maybe get over to them to let them know that this is, information that's going to be available for all. We're not asking you to release any private data that you don't want to do, but there's some data that could be utilized that could be beneficial for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think on the surface, it sounds easier said than done. Logistically and legally, it's going to be a different type of challenge. And so maybe, we had to rethink how we want to include the data. And what I mean by that is, if you can't get it, how do we link to it? How do we let people know? Because everybody has data, right? I think of the city of Cleveland, right? GIS is through the water department, CIO office keeps some stuff. It's a logistical nightmare behind the scenes sometimes. What I would not want to see is this held up because we're waiting on someone that we can't control to give us information, and really start to go live with the information we do have. I think that once the average citizen understands that this data is out there, I think you'll probably get some more traction as well. Because this is a tool that, you're sitting at home and somebody want to know, what's my neighborhood look like now? How are the demographics? Because the demographics, when you had that slide up about the east side of Cleveland, it was all yellow with the black demographics. I know for a fact demographics are shifting a little bit. In my own neighborhood, I can visibly see the shift. And what that is telling me is a predominantly, well, my census tracts that my precinct oversee, believe it or not, is very diverse, because it's a pocket of that East 93rd Street area that is diverse. But it's becoming more and more trending in a different direction. And what that tells me is that focus on the southeast side of Cleveland is real. There are developable opportunities that are happening, and we have to watch it so we don't wake up and walk into a situation like we did with Tremont in Ohio City, where we looked up and the residents were like, what the heck happened to my tax bill, which told the story of gentrification. And so I say that to say, I know that was a lot, but I think this is such an important tool. I think we go with what we go with and we add on as we can along the way.
But I do like your idea of a meet and greet with the CIOs. I think it would behoove us to announce this partnership with Cleveland State and explain to the CIOs what we're doing. We all know this, and maybe the executive directors of those agencies know what we're trying to accomplish, but we need to get to the folks who actually have the data and invite them here to NOACA or to Cleveland State, have that roundtable, and, let them know what we're going to do with the data, have them be a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion.
And the reason why I say that, I think of the 311 center, right? So if you think from a government perspective, believe it or not, some of the stuff is just so bifurcated, right? So the left hand is over here and the right hand, well, right hand over here, left hand over here. But I think of all the data that's being collected daily, just utilizing the 311 center. I can only speak for the city of Cleveland. It took us forever to get that up, but it's one of the most important tools out here that's like real time. If you're trying to track crime statistics, right? I use the Citizens app. I know more about what's happening before it happens because it's real time 911 call. It's on your app. And so there's so much already out here. And everybody Ring neighborhood. If you're tracking that kind of stuff, from lost dogs to somebody trying to break into somebody's car, it's all in that app. And so there are a lot of real-time stats being collected from average people, right? Just sitting at home on your porch. So that's why I'm excited about this center and this being located like one location. But I think you guys are on to the start of something. The other thing I think you should do is when you do announce this, this is NOACA. The representatives, the elected officials should be there and tell them to bring their CIO people, give a test of it. But I think this is something you should really elevate so that, the big dogs are in the room as well, because number one, if they want to be in the photo, that means they co-sign to the importance of it. So I think you're onto something big. So I would encourage you to, concentrate on how you release that. I think this is good news for Cleveland State. I'm sure a lot of people don't even realize that you have that Center for Economic Development now. And so that's a good way to really highlight that. So I think it's something that's going to be good.
So I will also add that I hope that, so we were talking about things like the sustainability of this and the access to this. Part of this is initially developing the architecture to continue. All of the data that was listed in the slides initially is already publicly available, right? So that's what we can get going with before we figure out what you said is the mess of being proprietary data. And it doesn't mean that we can't launch that and be explicit in telling the public, community, and partners that as more data becomes available, it will be added to, right? And so when I say that this is the kind of architecture and framework to build off of, it is very, very likely that what we will see initially is not the final product, ultimately where it lands, right? As more partners are willing to supply information and data that can be added, certainly speaking about the open data portal for Cleveland, I'll put a plug in. Dro is one of our center GAs, so where a lot of that data background came from. The idea behind this is that it should expand and be built out over time. I think that also if we have the understanding collectively that what we might see initially, again, is not the final view, the final data, the final information, but that this gives Northeast Ohio a capacity, right? The capability to move forward and get more technical and more advanced as we go along.
And then one last thing, and then Hannah, did I see you grab your microphone earlier? You passed it already? She was gonna say, where's the tourism stuff? No, I'm just playing. That's economic development though. But I do want to say something that I think is important, something John said. Another focus group should be developers. Because you were saying something like there's a whole lot going on in Lorraine. I done lost track. It's just like, it's a whole new city. It's doing some really great stuff. If I'm a developer and I'm looking at where I want to focus on next, this is a tool I want to go to first. So I think, again, the sky's the limit, like you said, with the opportunities. All right. And where's the tourism stuff? No, I'm just playing. Yes.
Good morning. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear? It's not working. Thank you. I was just curious if there's been any discussion as to will we monitor folks that are visiting this once we go live? Meaning, does it make sense for us to, you build it and they'll come, but, obviously there's a marketing effort. Will we look and see the volume of visitors and perhaps where they're landing, what type of data that they're able or are really trying to pull from this tool? And I don't even know if it makes sense to do something like that. I believe it would be good information.
Okay. So I know, Ronnie, you have another presentation, and we can continue to talk about this until tomorrow. But thank you for bringing us before the committee. I also think the board would enjoy this too at some point. And we're going to let you just move on into your next presentation.
Yeah, now the fun part. This is the Economic Development District status. Just a quick synopsis of what's actually happening, and Molly will want to probably chime in on some of the things that's actually happening at the federal level. As far as the application, status application was actually submitted in January 2024. It wasn't reviewed until February of 2025. The ADA, after their review, and they provided additional questions in April of 2025, we've provided a draft that we are internally reviewing now. They wanted to know background and total population by county area density. That information actually was in the original application, but I'm assuming what they wanted to know is that that document was over 160 pages, so we took the liberty of updating that information with regards to when it was submitted about several years ago. The second additional question they wanted to know is how the 5-county region functions as an economic unit. And after I look at what is going on here, I did pick out a couple of items which are in line with our key topic areas. I think we function as a unit as with regards to healthcare, manufacturing, agriculture, travel and tourism, and transportation. I think those are possibly the three main factors of what we actually focus on as far as how we operate as an economic unit, and I provided some information for that. As far as eligibility, the next item, that question they wanted to know, eligibility, and which deals with the stress criteria. That was actually mentioned in the application itself. I'm not sure if they reviewed that, to what depth they reviewed it, but that information is there, and provided that information. The next thing they wanted to have is resolutions or letters of support from the majority of the counties. And if you recall, for those who are at our June board meeting, was it the September meeting? I think it was the June or September meeting. We actually provided those, gave an update as to we have 4 of the 5 counties that provided information in support of that, which is enough for us to move forward. And also, they wanted to have the Economic Development Subcommittee placed into our charter bylaws, and that was actually done. I believe that was at our June meeting that it was actually proposed and passed. And where we are in the process, we do have a completed SEDS. We provided them with an organizational structure with in our code of regulations, where we included the Economic Development Subcommittee. And as far as the distress area, we must meet the EDA distress criteria, which we completed that information, and we are actually, pointing them to that direction within the actual application itself. And we'll provide this additional information to them, hopefully this coming week. And that's all I have as far as that goes, but I think Molly would like to probably tell you what's actually happening at the federal level with regards to this economic development centers, university centers, and some additional information.
So over the last 2 months approximately, we've been in communication and meetings with partners and our EDA representatives. And I am in the unfortunate position of reporting to you that our support from EDA has ended. The administration has ended the University Center program across the nation. So there is no more technically EDA University Center program. That also means we have been informed that funding for EDA's technical assistance programs has been cut. I cannot speak with any certainty the expanse of that, but there are three programs that are not being funded, and the University Center program is one of them. The Center for Economic Development in Cleveland State does not only operate off of the University Center program, but it was a significant portion of our support and the work that we did. But we are still here and continuing to provide research and other technical support to the community. Now, this is not tied to current budget discussions, so it is not part of any of the funding going forward. It was decided prior to when Congress returned and their considerations of the appropriations bills.
Oh, okay. Quick question. So how does that relate to what we're trying to do here now?
Well, from a practical standpoint, I mean, we will still be going forward with the work that we're doing. It's not, it won't be under the moniker for us of as an EDA center, because we're not, that is no longer. It will just be under the Center for Economic Development at CSU. It sort of also means, I think, from a practical standpoint, our direct communication and direct line to EDA no longer exists. And so information related to their priorities, direction, or programming is no longer going to be communicated directly with university centers for us to relay to our communities. So before, they would provide us with announcements or new programs or what funding was available, and encouraging us to support those in those regions. We're not going to have that direct information. It may come out through other avenues.
And then what were the other programs that were cut? Do you know?
So I do know the STEM program was one of them. UC program, and I apologize, I cannot remember the third, but they're all technical assistance programs. I would encourage this committee and any contacts that you might have to reach out to folks to understand those cuts, because the support for EDDs and SEDS is technically under the technical assistance programs of EDA.
Okay. And that leads to my final question. I know other people have questions though, but how do these cuts relate to our sets that we're trying to get now? Are we going after something that eventually won't be there?
That's unclear.
Yeah, that's unclear. And I'm the type, I look at the glass as being half full instead of half empty. We move forward, as we will do. We will be in contact with our representatives to find out exactly actually what's happening. And there are still programs that are out there. The glass is half full, and we'll move forward.
Okay. And then lastly, for the next group of committees this meeting, does this have any impact to small businesses? Because I know a lot of the technical assistance that they provided under these programs, it's a lot of them, and some of them impact small business. So that may be something we may want to raise at the next set of committees as well, because and maybe I'm thinking too deep, but I'm thinking about all of like the funding they did for minority development, for businesses, for technical assistance. It may or may not be underneath this, which is the point of making sure we get up to speed on what these cuts actually mean. And then I would guess to say, I guarantee you some of our legislators, and I mean this sincerely, may not even know that this has been done,
Yes.
because it's so much that was, I mean, people are still reading a big, beautiful bill trying to articulate what was in there, but they may not even know. And if that's the case, I think this is something that, from a governor's office perspective, should be raised first, because it's not just Cleveland State, it's probably other universities across, but, they may not know. So to your point about making sure, we land it here, we should also make sure the full board get that understanding of this as well. I'm sorry, I know other people have questions. Or did I ask them all?
What's the number? What would be the budget impact to CSU?
To CSU,
Yeah.
it is approximately $150,000 a year. And CSU has had the university center designation since 1985.
Are you looking at other strategies to fill that gap?
We have to, yes.
Do you have any of them, or are they just being developed now?
They are in process. The Center for Economic Development at Cleveland State is 100% supported by contractual work, meaning that we don't get any hard dollar support from the university. That doesn't come out of any budgetary dollars. And that is the case for many research centers and many universities that I am familiar with and where my colleagues are. And that's true for the other 99 university centers across the country, and for the other one that is in Ohio as well. So, many of those centers and organizations are having to develop those kinds of strategies as we are. The pressure is certainly considerable because, as you may well realize, that many organizations, private or public, are apprehensive about making budgetary decisions right now, and what other supports for them are available in programming and what they might have access to. So it is slow in that regard, but happening. And, again, that is not untrue for the other university centers. There are ones certainly in the Chicago region that service rural communities that have no other alternative, and that we know are in the process of shuttering at this moment.
Maybe that's another discussion with economic development directors across the county to help you strategize with a path forward, moving forward, where, let's not reinvent the wheel. I mean, they're already there.
Right.
Let's set up a meeting with them and see what strategies they can help with. Could be a whole host of things.
Agreed. Any other comments? Well, thanks for giving us, but no, I'm just playing. It's important news. But like you said, Ronnie, we got to keep moving forward, because the work is not going to stop just because that particular funding did stop. I think the success of this partnership between NOACA and what the center is doing may be something that can lend to moving forward. I also think that you could have a conversation with some of the communities around here to see, how the center could better align with their economic development departments, because they may see the value in some type of subscription or membership to the center for that kind of work. So, the good thing is, I mean, 150,000 is a lot, but it's not that much to make up. It could be worse, right? But I think that everybody knows the importance of the university, and so please do keep us posted on that at this committee. Ronnie? Are you done?
Yes.
He's
yes,
like,
ma'am.
I'm off the hot seat now. Well, thank you so much. Again, it's always a lot of information, and it's important information, and become more important when you're in the middle of trying to do something like you're building your communities or your counties or your cities, and you're like, okay, where's this data and where are we with this stuff? So it's important from that avenue. Really quick, I want to do a quick check. Do we have a quorum? Okay, no quorum, so we may have to punt the minutes to the next meeting. Is there any old business? Any new business? I'm gonna raise something under new business, Grace, that I think is important, not just for this committee, but our subsequent committees this afternoon. When you look at the list of all the people first of all, thank you to everybody who got up and came out this morning, and made it to the meeting. I really appreciate it, and I know NOACA appreciates it. As you saw just from this meeting, all the stuff, we really only had 2 agenda items, and they were extremely important. When I look at the list of all the people represented on this committee, and then I look around the room, this should be packed. And so I really think that before the end of the year, because I know that's when you start looking at the committees and all of those things, people should sign something to say, I will be coming to the committees, I will be active in the committees, because not just this, I'm gonna raise it at our meeting. I chaired the business committee for the year and have yet to approve any of our minutes because we don't have a quorum. And so these committees are important. This particular committee, there was a time when if you were outside of the NOACA stratosphere, you didn't get into the NOACA boardroom. It was just the cities. And I remember when we revamped the committees to do the work, it's an important part to be on. And so I don't know if this is something that Chair Ronayne could do, but to send something out to all these appointing agencies and everybody that's represented on these committees to say, if you do not have the time and you don't send the appropriate representative, then let us know so we can repopulate these committees with people who want to be at the table. This work is too important not to have this. And when I look at this, we're talking about trying to get information from people. Every organization that we need information is on this committee. They're not in the room. And so I know I was going to say this for my own committee later on, but the Small Business Committee, we didn't have representation from small business and rural communities before. And so the fact that we don't have a quorum today to do the minutes, and we didn't have, all these are minutes from all the meetings we haven't approved from the 3 rural committees. It, to me, is disappointing. And so I don't know how best we can say this, but I mean, if you want me to draft a note, I don't have a problem sending it out myself. But if you're on these committees, especially this economic subcommittee, then you got to be in a room. Because at the table is where the decisions are made. So I want to thank everybody that is here this morning. I'm sorry I got on a little bit of a soapbox this morning, but I'm sitting up here and I'm listening to what we're talking about. I'm listening to us talk about we need information from these organizations, and they're all on the committee. If you haven't seen the list, they're all on this committee. Every organization is on this committee. And so when something goes wrong and they need support, then they'll be at the door. They should be at the table today. So I apologize, but that's what happens when they ask you to chair, because,
If I may,
yes, you may, please.
support the chair's comment. It's the nature, my observation, I'm not a NOACA regular. My observation is NOACA tends to generate large committees. That's good. I do think that because people are busy, their perception of value add is important. And I think, just speaking for myself, one of the ways we add value is knowing what's current in economic development, as we discussed a little bit early in this meeting, understanding what's current, what matters now, and being able for people to feel we're delivering that. So to the extent that we can let our members of this committee know we are keeping in touch with what's current from Washington, we are making sure that's included in what we do, I think that will help with turnout.
And I agree. I've been involved with NOACA for too long. I know what you're all about to think, because I just said I had a birthday. I was 2 when I started, but it's been over 20-something years, give or take. And I remember a time when people were pissed because they felt like we were a secret society, which we're not, right? How do you get to NOACA, right? I remember a time GCP came to one of our meetings and was like, hey, we want to speak. And we're like, that's not how it works at NOACA. And now all these entities are at the table. So I agree with you, Paul. I also think that, but I remember a time when if you couldn't make NOACA, Cal knows this, you may remember some of this. You sent your representative at least, right? I remember a time when the planners and the engineers used to run it. And then we get to the board and be like, what the heck is this? Because they wasn't active in the committees. And so to your point, I think really reintroducing that value add, but also it's got to come from the top down, right? If I couldn't show up at a NOACA meeting and Grace ran into Mayor Jackson and be like, I ain't seen Val in a few months, be like, well, what's going on with her? What you mean you're not there? You're supposed to be here. So I just think we got to reiterate that to a certain extent, because it's so much happening to the point of what we're talking about, so much going on. It's like so much stuff going on, you can't even keep up with it. But that's why we need to be at the table. So I appreciate that, Paul. All right. Well, with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Is there a second? Hannah, thank you. Cal made the motion, Hannah second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Oh, you know what? When you go out, make sure you take a look at the mural on the side of the building. That thing looks good. It is so gorgeous. And Grace knows this. We've been talking about the side of the building forever. Like, I think it needs a mural. We were gonna put some green thing out there before. Make sure you look at the mural. It's awesome. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just a reminder, for the benefit of our guests, from the public and recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. First, let's start off with starting off, we do not have a quorum for the Business Advisory Committee, Council, so we cannot approve the minutes. For the Community Advisory Council, are there, to approve the minutes from our previous meetings, are there any corrections, additions to the meeting minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. For the Rural Advisory Council, we do not have a quorum to approve today's minutes. And the Emerging Leaders Accessory Advisory Council, we also do not have a quorum for them.
We're
doing so well.
Is there any public comment on the agenda items? There are none. Do any of the chairs have a report?
Thank you. Valerie McCall, earlier today, we had the Economic Development Subcommittee, and I mentioned this then, so I said it's apropos for now, that I really think and hope that we can get to the point when our members of this 3 combined committees are coming together. It's actually disappointing that we can't approve our minutes because people are not coming. And so I talked to Grace a little bit this morning about ways to either reinvigorate these committees or reach out to the appointing authorities and the representatives to ensure that they are attending these meetings, because the work we do here is too important for them not to be at the table. And something like I chaired the Small Business Committee this year, and I feel like I need a do-over because we haven't approved any minutes all year. And I just think that that's a little disappointing. So that's my only report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an executive director's report?
There is. Thank you to Chief McCall for those statements, and I appreciate that. But I do want to let you know, for those of you that are here, we appreciate your time and your engagement. This is important to the work that we do, that we hear directly from our stakeholders, and this gives us the opportunity to do that. So thank you for your participation. I'll try to get through this somewhat quick because I know we've got a robust agenda. I want to announce that NOACA has been selected as a finalist for the Zenith Awards, which is recognizing outstanding achievements in communications, public relations, marketing, and external communications. So I'd like to ensure that we recognize our public affairs team. Whoops. Legislative and funding issues, won't take too much time on that because I know we've got Bev Bertzloff on the agenda later. But we do have the surface transportation reauthorization coming up for next year. So the IIJA expires in September, and we would like to ensure that we have a bill ready to go. So we did prepare a response to USDOT's request for information on August 19th, and we'll be talking about that today. Overall work program, won't go through all of these, but these are all of the activities that either myself or other NOACA team members have participated in. And so everything from the statewide plan, Access Ohio 2050, to the EPA Brownsfield's National Conference. And I did want to share the photo there. That was a staff field trip to the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad. We had a wonderful time and had comments and engagement with the superintendent of the national park, as well as the president and CEO of the railroad. As you all know, we at NOACA are working on, just completed a study and continue to work on trying to connect the scenic railroad from Independence, which is its current north terminus, all the way to downtown Cleveland. So that's our objective. It's a little bit medium to long term, but we're working on it because it's really important for the region. It's one of those projects that is truly regional. So, yeah, and more things that we've participated in, just to give you a sense that we are going to community and other meetings. And the other one I want to point out, though, on this list is we participated in the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission Annual Conference. This is the MIPRC. We as a state, this is a multi-state compact. Ohio used to be in the compact. Ohio removed itself from the compact under Governor Kasich. We've been trying to get us back into the compact, but in the meantime, we've been able to get an associate membership through the Ohio Association of Regional Councils. It doesn't mean the same thing, and we can't participate at the same level, but we're trying to keep Ohio active. So we represent, so NOACA represented not only NOACA, but Ohio. We had a ribbon cutting. We always like these on our TLCI project in Lake County, Paynesville. Wanting to demonstrate, again, even a small amount of infrastructure dollars, in this case for wayfinding, signage, and streetscaping, goes a long way to helping to initiate economic development and revitalize, in this case, at one of our legacy communities, Paynesville. Our climate action plan, we had public comment period, which was very important. We had 47 comments that were received by email, online, phone, or mail. We were able to address 13 of those comments in direct specific revisions, and then 34 of them more general revisions. We also had a virtual public meeting that was very well attended and provided us with some comments and questions that we addressed. And I bring this particularly up in the business community and rural emerging leaders advisory councils, because I want you to know we take public engagement seriously. We don't just check a box. We want people to participate, and we want to read I personally have read every one of those comments and ensured that we have addressed them. Staff did a good job in addressing them. In many ways, we had some good insights from folks that didn't agree with the plan, that gave us some ideas on how to make it more acceptable. In some cases, we had support from people that did agree with the plan, but everybody in the region's voice is heard, and we want to say, we take your input and we do something with it. We don't just check the box and stick it on a shelf. Overall work program, just to announce that the TLCI application period is open. We've talked about this often in these meetings, these council meetings, and the applications are due, I think, October 10th. And so, you know, this is for government entities to apply. So some of you are representatives of government entities, so keep that on your radar. But also some of you that are not, you may partner with your governmental entities that are in your jurisdiction, so keep that in mind as well. Board listening tour. I am reaching out to every one of my board members to hear from them about where we are as an organization and as a board. And to date, I've got about half of them either done or scheduled, and keep working on them. Chief McCall knows that when I first started here, I did this, and I think I put 10,000 miles on my car in 6 months getting that done. Overall work program, this is a big project that we've undertaken. We know that the interchange issue for Strongsville, which would end up being in Brunswick at the Boston Road area, Boston Road I-71 intersection, has been widely debated. And we are currently undertaking a study that will be done next year. And we will make a determination or a recommendation as to what the best way to deal with the traffic problem in that yellow colored area. One of the things I want to make sure you all know, again, as our representatives out there in the region, this decision has not yet been made. I received a few emails this week where people are starting to panic because they're hearing that Boston Road interchange is back on. It's not back on. It's not off or on. We are still doing a study. We are currently so early in the process that we are in data collection. We're still gathering traffic data and analyzing it. We are going to have our first public meeting in the fall, later in the fall. We're in the fall now. Later in the fall, we'll let you know about that so people can attend. But if the topic comes up, we're way far away from making any recommendation. And again, we are starting from scratch. We're looking at this problem as a congestion and mobility problem, and an interchange could be one of the recommendations, or it could not, but there could be a lot of other recommendations as well. Aerozone transportation for economic development initiative. This is a pilot project for us, so it's based on our TLCI concept, but focuses on economic development. Our board has selected the Aerozone as the economic pilot for this project. That's the pink area that you see that's got, I believe, 7 communities as part of it. Includes the airport, includes NASA Glen. We kicked off that study in the summertime, and we are in the spring, and we had our first stakeholders meeting last week. So this again is something we'll be doing surveys on this. We'll be doing some engagement, and we will want you to know about what we're doing out there so you're able to speak to it in your circles. Our EV charging station program, we are coming to the close of phase 1. We have 31 completed sites as of September 9th. That includes 5 of the sites that were canceled and relocated. So we really have completed 36 charging stations at 31 sites. That was quick math I had to do. But 4 are in progress, and more likely than not, actually one of the canceled ones is probably going to have to stay canceled, but we'll see on that. But we're making good progress and expect to be completed by the end of the year. Pass over that. Overall work program, there's a mural being painted outside the building. How many of you saw that?
Yep.
Did it make you happy coming in? It makes me, I am so glad we're doing this. I drive by and come into the parking lot, and it just makes me so happy. So glad that we were finally able as an organization to make this happen. And it's going to have a transportation theme wrap around the building. We will have a ribbon cutting when we are done with it. We hope to be done with it this month, October. So we will let you all know about it and hope you come. We have our annual meeting coming up. You were all sent invitations. You are a guest of NOACA's. How many of you have registered? Oh, great. Those of you that have not registered, I don't know if we have any more room. Danielle, do we have room? Yeah, okay, we've got room for you. Danielle, there we go. Thank you. So Danielle says if you are not too late, we will fit you in. So register if you have not registered. It's important for us to have those that work with us at our annual meeting. And at this point, I want to say we have over 300 registered guests already. So big event. Okay. Yep, sorry. I was going into somebody else's presentation. All right, so thank you. Any questions or comments?
Hi, this is Andrew. I have just two questions on two different things. So first off, the Aerozone initiative, so I don't know too much about it. Is it just like that we're going to do economic development and transportation development activities around what is called the Aerozone space? Is that kind of what it is, or is it?
So what it is applying transportation as the, I guess, the focal point in leveraging transportation dollars for economic development. So this is integrating land use and transportation and identifying the best land uses for the Aerozone based on the transportation that is there. And then also looking at the best land use and seeing if the transportation that is there supports that land use or if we need to do something else with transportation. So it's looking at it from both sides. And obviously, as a legacy city, we have lots of infrastructure. We want to try and utilize that infrastructure in the best ways possible. And this is our one of our attempts to try and ensure that we've studied that question around a very important economic engine for the regions. If there's one place that we had to say is truly regional, it is the airport and the area around the airport. When the city of Cleveland did their master plan about 5 years or so ago, we looked at this question and we did surveys of not just the people in the region, but we looked at the people of the Cleveland area, although it's owned and operated by Cleveland. Cleveland wanted to look at the region, and they did. So this is a similar kind of thing. We want to say there's a lot of economic activity going on here. We know that there's more that could be there. Let's see how we can better plan this as opposed to having pop-up, sort of solutions. Yes.
Dr. Galucci, I noticed that the most recent stakeholder meeting was yesterday, and I'm wondering if there's going to be future opportunities to kind of learn about this initiative. And it sounded like that you had already kind of done a study. Is there going to be a presentation at some point on some of the findings?
Similar to the I-71, no, we have not done a study yet. We are in the process. We have just started it, which is why the stakeholder meeting was yesterday. And to be clear, the stakeholder meeting is the stakeholders within that footprint. So it is not yet a public meeting. We will have those as well. But this is for the businesses, the employers, the agencies that are within that footprint. So it was to sort of start to get their input on how we will do public engagement. And so that meeting was focused on public engagement. And I thought it was last week, but you're right, that was just yesterday, wasn't it? Boy, time flies. Yes. So we will keep you in the loop on that. And we'll try to do a better job of ensuring that whenever we have public meetings or public engagement opportunities, that we send something separate to this group so you're able to know for yourself or to pass it on to your networks. Andrew, I'm sorry, you had two questions and I think I went to somebody else before.
No,
you got
that's,
to your
yeah,
second
just,
one.
yeah, no worries. I didn't want to interrupt the train of thought that was happening. My next question was just on that Midwestern Rail Commission group. You said that we were kind of opted out under Governor Kasich. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, what are like the benefits of being part of that organization, and like what was like the reasoning at the time for why Governor Kasich and the legislature withdrew
Yeah.
from that. So just wanted to get
Yeah,
kind of.
good question. So we withdrew when Governor Kasich became governor and canceled the 3C project, the Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati Rail. The state had received, I think, $400 million at the time in like 2010 under the previous governor. And the new governor did not want that project, so canceled the project and subsequently canceled our participation in that compact. The benefit of the compact is they are continually planning for rail across the Midwest and across the country, and we are absent as a state entity from those conversations. Also, when we went to apply, we being NOACA, went to apply for a corridor ID program grant at the federal level, they would not give us a letter of support. They could not officially support it because it was not supported by the state. So that's where you end, and we did not get the grant because it was not supported by the state. So, there's a lot to that. But recently in this last legislature, there was a movement to put the money back in the state budget to join, and it's only $25,000, so it's not an issue of funding really. But it was declined by the legislature.
Thank you.
Lou?
Also two question, on the same line as, Andrew's questions. Now, first of all, this arrow zone, can we, think that as like a TOD?
Yes.
Okay. However, my experience, the TODs involve housing. Well, not in this case, not in the
They
arrow zone.
ain't.
The situation has been not good, in my opinion, because lots of the developers taking advantage of this, some kind of bigger plan for TOD in a certain area, they always try to get into certain loopholes. For example, if they are presenting housing into this TOD situation, they always go for certain loopholes to go with the loose definitions from the federal government. Then the housing is, they are supposed to have affordable units, but it becomes they are not affordable at all because the baseline of the rent for their other units are already high. So I wanted to know if there is any way we can protect this Aerozone project to not, later when we finish our study, is there any way we can implement something to prevent the abuse or the misuse with the loopholes?
I don't know, but we certainly will make note of that. And as we work through the study, present that to the consultants. Angie, did you get that? Angie is on our study team.
You know what I mean? Because I think Aerozone probably would not include too much of the housing.
Again, it is more economic development in
Right.
the sense of industrial or,
Right.
yeah,
But
commercial.
we do not want this project also creates that kind of situation.
Got it?
The second part is that for the other part about the rail situation, recently, lots of people have talked, maybe because on the rapid, maybe because we were waiting for the same bus, situation like that. Lots of people did not really know about the history. One of our former governors actually reject the funding, which we could have got and improved Ohio's transportation and economics. So is there any way we can be better prepared to, sorry, the way I would say it, fight against or negotiate, is a better word, with the state legislators? Because if the longer we postpone having a high-speed rail line to connect Ohio, I mean, the slower we will actually boost our economy in Ohio together. So is there any plan on that?
I'm going to hold that question until Bev Bertzloff comes up to do her government affairs presentation, and we'll talk about the legislature and what actions, and we'll talk about our priorities and how we can integrate that into the priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think for a lot of us who've been watching the 3C rail situation over the last decade and more, Thank you for continuing to represent our region and the state on that issue, even when we might not have the public support that we want. I'm actually curious about the public comment on the climate planning that you guys have done. Based on the in-person sessions and the feedback that was provided in other forms, are there any trends on geographic dispersion about the public comments and where they came from?
Yeah, I think it's been very clear, clearly presented to us that there is more support for climate action in the center of the region, being Cleveland and Cuyahoga County, and less support in the outer counties, being Lake, Geauga, Medina, and Lorraine. And it's not entirely, but that's generally the trends we've seen. Now, that being said, I do want to make it very clear that our plan is a plan that speaks to, in order to meet the federal targets on climate change, these are the actions that the region would have to undertake. But those actions are entirely voluntary. So if there is, a county that does not want to do any of those things, they don't have to. If there is a part of that county that wants to, but the rest of it don't, they can do that. It is a plan that is intended to support the overall objective of the federal government to reach zero emissions, but recognizing local autonomy and support for the actions that the constituents of those communities, the residents of those communities want to move forward with. So it's trying to respect both sides.
That's great. Thank you. Just regarding like the numbers and the number of comments that came in, would you say that it was close to proportional to the different counties' populations? Or did it seem like there maybe was more or less turnout in any particular communities?
It's a good question. I think, as you probably know, public engagement usually turns out more people that are against whatever you are doing as opposed to those who are for. So based on my previous description of the trends, I think you can see where that would have come from. So, but to another point of that, I believe half of the comments were against and half of the comments were either neutral or for.
Grace, I just wanted to comment on the comment about, remember when we canceled the 3C? I believe the reason why Governor Kasich at the time canceled it was because his argument was it wasn't high-speed rail, and we need high-speed rail in Ohio. And so as we look to try to re-engage, and I don't know where the Amtrak expansion is, but it may be good to couple that conversation with the Amtrak conversation. And that, I think, may help to get it to a successful integration.
Any other questions for Grace? Well, before we move into action items, I did want to recognize that we do have quorum for the Emerging Leaders Advisory Council.
Yay! All right.
And so as that is now true, are there any corrections or additions to the meeting minutes? And can I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
I motion to approve.
And do we have a second? We have a second. All in favor? All opposed? The motion is approved.
Emerging leaders, I want to congratulate you for continuing to show everybody else up.
Yeah, way to show leadership. There are no action items for this meeting, but we do have presentations about street supplies program. So Sam?
Hello, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Right. My name is Sam Schweikert, and I will be presenting on the street supplies program today. There's no action being requested at this time. This item is for information presentation only, no previous action. So a little background on the street supplies program. This program is essentially a library of items that communities can use for free to temporarily demonstrate how a project might work, look, and feel before it's permanently installed. Projects should relate to improving street safety, encouraging multimodal transportation, and enlivening public spaces. This allows time for data collection and community feedback, which helps lead to a more informed permanent installation. Data collection and engaging with the community are really big in these projects. You really want people to feel like they're involved and kind of be a part of the process. And then data collection, you really want to try to collect good data that can help lead to a better decision down the road. And then this is also just kind of a fun opportunity to educate residents along the way. The library contents is not limited to this, but we have all sorts of paint and tape. We have paint that can last 6 months or paint that can be washed off in a day. Different kinds of street tape and duct tape. All sorts of signs and signage, crosswalk signs, new traffic pattern signs, bike lane signs. We also have the educational yard signs that can be placed in nearby a project that has a brief little description of, what a roundabout is or what a curb extension is. And then we have street furniture that are used for like open street projects, parklets, chairs, benches, tables. And then more of this traffic safety devices like flex posts, cones, delineators, speed tables, not pictured. I mean, there's all sorts of curb ramps, planter boxes, radar signs. We have a lot of objects, and we are, groups can make a request if there isn't something here that they see they want, and we can accept that on a case-by-case basis. Just some ideas of projects. The parklet, open street concept, buffered bike lane, curb extension, enhanced crosswalk, separated bike lanes, chicanes, refuge island, roundabout, you name it. There's a lot of possibilities. I do just want to add that the local jurisdiction of where you're wanting to do this, you absolutely need their permission, whether it's the city itself that is requesting the items or a neighborhood development group. You need the city's permission to do anything. Just some recent projects. 2 temporary speed humps were installed in Cleveland Heights last summer. These were on Taylor Road, South Taylor Road and Harcourt Drive. These are local residential roads, 25 miles per hour in areas of known speeding. And after getting some data back from Cleveland Heights a few months ago, it looked like these speed humps definitely, they brought down the average speed, as you can see, which is really what we want to see, in just that it's really shows that these items are doing something to make the road a bit more safe. Another project, we worked with the City of Cleveland and North Coast Waterfront Development Organization to support the North Coast Yard. This was a temporary flexible park space located in the vacant city-owned lot behind Brown Stadium next to Steamship Mathers. NOACA contributed paint, park furniture, bike racks, power washer, and artificial turf to help make this space feel more inviting and more lively. This was a really awesome project that NOACA was happy to support. North Coast Waterfront Development organization did a great job of, there were programs and events and sport leagues happening at this space almost every day, both for adults and kids. So this was a really well-programmed and thought-out space that I'm glad we could contribute to. In the city of Lorraine, so the city of Lorraine just had their Lorraine Better Block event, which is a one-day community event where vendors and store owners and food trucks, they all come together, kind of a community event. But they also took this time, while having everyone together, they also took this time to seek feedback from the people on some a cycle track, which is a two-way bike lane that is located on one side of the road, as opposed to having a one-way bike lane on each side of the road. The city of Lorraine recently received money from ODOT and NOACA to increase bicycle connectivity and safety along the Broadway corridor. So they kind of use this chance to not only have a nice event and bring people together, but also use that chance to kind of get feedback on some street safety concepts, such as the cycle track, and they installed temporary enhanced crosswalks to see what the residents thought about that. And then the city of Lorraine also received, we gave them green paint over the summer to paint some of their bike lanes on US 6, specifically by Lakeview Park. They were focusing on painting the bike lanes by parks. So they are on East 31st from Clinton Ave to Grove Ave. They plan on painting soon, which goes right up against Oakwood Park. Some upcoming projects that we've had some conversations about. These are not 100% for sure, but just some ones on the horizon. South Euclid, traffic calming on Miramar Boulevard between Bexley Park and Cedar Road. If you're familiar with Miramar, as it gets into South Euclid, it gets pretty windy and has very large intersections and they're having a speeding and a not stopping at stop sign issue. So this would maybe be a chance to test out a temporary roundabout. In those pictures below, you can see a temporary roundabout that Cleveland Heights installed, I believe, last fall, and another temporary roundabout in Rockford, Illinois. Just some, on what that could possibly look like in South Euclid. And then in the village of Bracknell, they're looking at implementing some traffic calming on Burton Ave and Lakeshore Boulevard. Lakeshore Boulevard in Bracknell has a very dangerously sharp turn that a lot of people are not slowing down to the recommended 15 miles per hour. And then there's also a Burton Ave in the bottom right picture. A lot of drivers continue straight on Burton and think they're still on Lakeshore and end up just speeding to the end of Burton because it's a dead end, and then speeding back to get back on Lakeshore. So this would be a chance to test out some possible speed tables. Then a program update, something that is a little new. We recently purchased 2 MyoVision Scout Plus counters. These are portable, temporary counting devices that use a camera, and they can count bicycles, pedestrians, and vehicles. It can do a turning movement count at a full intersection, or it could be used on, it could be a trail in the middle of a metro park. It's fully powered by batteries, and it does not rely on any outside power source. You can see in the top left picture, it's kind of this large white box, kind of resembles like a mini fridge. And then there's a camera on this telescopic arm that goes like 25 feet up. And then we got these cameras to help us in before and after data collection for projects, to really help communities leverage their projects if they don't really have methods of collecting data themselves. We can help collect the data for them or with them, so that they can bring this to their local municipality. So just as you can see, the diagram on the right is a turning movement count study at East 31st Street and Clinton Ave in Lorraine. And then the graph in the bottom left is a volume and speed study. So those are two separate types of studies, but it's really useful to be able to understand, not only does it give you a count and a speed, but it breaks it down by vehicle class. So it's kind of understanding really what drivers are the problem, or, are certain class of vehicle driving differently than others. It really just helps us with these projects. And then we're also using these cameras to support some TLCI projects, such as the Lorraine TLCI. So if anybody has any questions or wants to reach out, you can reach out to me or anyone within the Transportation Planning and Engineering Division whenever. We can just set up an initial talk or chat to see what kind of project you have in mind. And we're flexible. We can kind of work with you. So just reach out if you have any questions or anything. And NOACA staff will continue working with communities and providing requested materials for temporary installation of transportation and placemaking projects. That is it. Are there any questions?
Sure.
Dr. Galucci, and I want to make sure I get your name right. Is it Sam? Is your name Sam?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm so glad I caught that. So my question is, one, how do communities find out about this program generally? Is it something where, let's say you have a distribution list and you're sharing that out with municipalities who might want to do that kind of study? And then what is the process for being able to get one of these tools? Because it seems like if you only have two, that means that there's like some work on the NOACA staff part to be able to make sure that those tools are deployed and then picked up. And maybe the third question that I have around this is it sort of like a camera that is maybe I'll rephrase this. What is the like technology or methodology behind collecting this data? Is it like a visual tool that is already programmed to like assess speeds? Like, how does that work? So I'm hoping you can maybe tell me a little bit more about the mechanics of the tool itself, and then also how would communities go about activating or getting access to this tool?
Are you referring to these? Is this what you're?
Yes, the MyoVision Scout.
Yeah. So we just got them maybe a month or two ago. So we are still kind of working out how that, I believe if a community wanted to use it, I would probably come out there and install it myself, and then come out there and take it down when it's time for it to come down. We would not be giving these for a different group to install. So as far as installation and everything, that would be on me or us as a division. As far as the methodology and what is
the technology that is being used?
It's a camera that is powered by the batteries in the box, and there's also basically a computer in that white box. And once it is done recording, we submit that, and then within like a day or two, we get it back, and it has all the data has been, or the video has been processed into data.
Okay, and so it sounds like that's not a task that NOACA is doing. That is something that where whoever is the proprietary owner of this product, they have a system that can actually provide the data that goes back to NOACA that can be shared then with that community where video was taken. Do I have that right?
Yes, we in return get data and reports on the data that was collected to
And so
use
then
as we see fit.
how would a community find out about that this tool is available?
It is just a part of our street supplies program. It's on our website. We do not, I guess, other than just seeing it as a part of our website, that would be how people would find out.
If I may, it is on our website under our community resources. But you bring up a good point that we should really think about how better to market it and let folks know that we have these products.
On that note, I have a question about whether or not this is available to community-based groups that might be working in partnership with their municipality, but might be leading the work themselves. I think about our community development corporations and other community-based groups. Can you talk about the availability of these products to municipalities and maybe to these other groups?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Sam.
sorry.
Yeah,
we're
no, go ahead, please.
Redone. Yes, I'd say a lot of the projects that we've completed have been with community-based groups, Ohio City Inc., Bike Cleveland, other like community groups. We need to confirm that they have the approval of the local jurisdiction, but it does not necessarily need to be the city itself being the ones that request the materials. We
Sam.
just need to see a form of that the city is backing you up.
Thank you. I think knowing that, a lot of partners around the table probably have different ways of communicating with groups that might be interested in using this. So yes, and so if there were even
Flyer.
a flyer, these pictures, this presentation I could pull from, and our team can make sure to share this with the groups that we have in our network.
Great idea. We can come up with something that helps to market it and send that out.
Lou?
All right, this is Lou again, sorry to bother you guys. I have to say that on behalf of a group, not even a nonprofit, it just lots of volunteers, including Midtown, the CDC, Campus District, another CDC, and lots of people, residents, and some other people bringing their expertise into this particular project called People Street, Payne Avenue. Payne Avenue itself is not too far away from this location. The group started 2020. During our process, we actually utilized this program. So I want to say thank you again on behalf of the group. Today, Payne Avenue is under almost a year-long construction, horrible, but the improvement will be the project we did utilizing this particular program to do temporary installation. Yes, we first tried to get some of the items Sam already told us about. Especially, we used the previous version of the device right now we are talking about here. We had a counter to count the traffic. But at that time, the data did not really send out completely. We actually volunteer, we separate our people in groups to count. We watch the video to count how many cars passing by every intersection our project focused on at the time. And this project, we utilize not only the temporary installation, we utilize this particular technology, the previous version, because we did it like 2 years ago for that part. So right now you don't see that project in this presentation. So this program actually helps a lot. And we will have this Payne Avenue to be a safer street for pedestrians especially, because we actually tested all the intersections on the street with or without traffic lights, how people utilize them, how car traffic or bus traffic goes. And so in that case, we can design certain things. And right now, city actually started the construction, changing all the pipes from the lead pipes to the new pipes without lead. And also you will see right now, they started to implement lots of the improvements, which are actually from the project's report. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Oh,
Leslie? Did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna, sorry, this is Leslie McCoy. I was just gonna give a suggestion. I represent the Village of Middlefield and I'm on the Rural Advisory Committee. And I think that camera would be a huge impact, especially to the rural communities, especially with unique forms of transportation. You know, self-serving, I have a lot of semi-trucks and Amish buggies that pass each other. So having the video cameras, that would be really neat to have and be able to use. So I definitely would be a guinea pig if you'd like to put one up in the center of our town.
where did you say you're?
The Village of Middlefield.
Village?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jaga.
Yeah.
But I think like just putting out like maybe just an email to the communities and letting them know that it exists. I think then they can send that out directly to their partners that they know they regularly work with too, would be a splash. Cause I think I always remember that I know this exists, but I don't think every day I'm thinking about it when I'm talking to my service director. So.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right now, the screen you can see on the top right corner, you will see the word say enhanced crosswalk. That particular crosswalk is part of the Payne Avenue project. The pattern we decided is to help the branding of Asian Town. Payne Avenue actually is the part of the extended out the newer section of Asian Town for already a couple of decades. Originally, Asian Town started from East 21st Rockwell. However, the extended one, because we have a senior apartment buildings and we have an Asian grocery store and lots of the residents there, maybe they are even grandparents taking the grandchildren out, just take a walk or to do their grocery shopping. So we designed this project to increase the awareness and the actual function on street safety. And so that is the picture from that particular project. Myself, I took lots of pictures with this project, including if you go, you walk or you bike or you drive past by the highway bridge, you will see the mural on both sides of the highway bridge. And my image is on it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. How much do the cameras cost? And all of this stuff is free, correct? If you don't know the answer to that question,
Like,
that's
how
fine.
much did the cameras?
Yeah.
Sorry, how much did the cameras cost to us?
Yes, this is like a personal, professional question for me as a transportation planner.
Yeah, they were about 10 or 11,000 each.
Okay.
And that included like the subscription, like the services that come with them analyzing the data for you. So yeah, about 10 or 11,000 each.
That's a pretty good deal. Thank you. And question?
Yeah, just a quick comment. This is Max Schaefer from Main Street, Lorraine. For somebody that was involved with the planning for the Lorraine Better Block and planning for our own downtown festival that afternoon too, that worked in conjunction with the Better Block event. It was extremely successful. It's extremely helpful to have the assistance of the supply program from NOACA to be involved in those conversations. It is a great way to engage the community on the planned permanent improvements that are happening on that downtown corridor. So not only, those are temporary installments for the day, but it gives our citizens a look as to the infrastructure improvements that are coming quickly down the line, and tying back into the overall vision of connecting our waterfront, downtown Lorraine, to Central Lorraine and the South Side neighborhood. All of that plays together. So the assistance that is provided from NOAC on these projects is extremely helpful in helping the citizens kind of get a preview and better understanding for this. So I just wanted to say thank you to Sam and to the team who's working on these projects, working on the Lorraine Connected group. I know that's how Lorraine and Lorraine County Public Health typically finds out about these things, is NOACA's involvement in that public-private partnership group, which focuses on transportation in our city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Question over there.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just two questions, I think, and kind of coming off of Mac's question or comment, I was just interested in any like feedback that was received from residents or citizens from that building block program. If you had that, if you don't, it's fine, just interested.
Yeah,
Like-
I actually have not, it was only like, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I've not yet received any of the feedback that they've gotten yet, other than I did get the pictures that I included, but I've yet to kind of get a more in-depth analysis of the feedback. But I'm also interested to see what that is, and I can get back to you on that if you'd like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, I think
They were collecting, Lorraine County Public Health and the group were collecting surveys at the event. So the data was being collected, but yeah, it's probably just still being put together.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. I was just wondering, yeah, if you had heard yet, but that's totally fine. I think second question, different project, the waterfront district. Do you happen to know, like, based on the summer, like, is that, I guess, entity going to be like creating that as a permanent waterfront district space? Like, do you
The-
happen to know that the north, yeah, this
yeah.
one, yeah.
I know that a lot of this was to really build momentum and get people thinking towards going to this waterfront space. It's ultimately to build momentum for the North Coast Connector, which will, have a lot more involved in that. But right now, some people just aren't even, that part of that area just isn't even on people's radar. So I think this was, I don't think the park itself will lead to a permanent installation, but it was almost kind of it was just to kind of help with efforts for like the master plan, just kind of get people out here and realize that this is a nice space that we have to utilize, and there's more to this area than just the current Brown Stadium and Science Center.
I can speak to that briefly. Drew, is this on? Drew Crawford from Downtown Cleveland Inc. Not officially representing them, but our understanding is that pop-up park, which has been very popular, will last for several more years until there are more permanent type of things on the waterfront. So thanks, Sam, for providing this. There's been a lot of groups who provided supplies and labor for this. It's
Yeah,
very
I know it was really a group effort. I know we were just one of many people that contributed to it. So they did a really good job of really getting a big pool of people to help out with that.
Yeah, no, I think I was just kind of randomly, I was taking a tour of the Mather just kind of randomly during the summer, and I looked, I was like, what is this? Like, this hasn't been here before, but it's cool. Like, I think it's a really good use of that. And it's cool that NOACA was part of that with the street supplies program.
Yeah,
So
it was
thank
really
you.
cool. And I
Yeah.
especially thought it was cool that they had like adult sport leagues there. With spaces like this, they're always so centered on children and kids, which is awesome. But I thought it was cool that, it was also a space that, grown people can go and have fun and enjoy. So, thank you, everybody. Are there any more questions? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sam. Next up is Government Affairs Report. Bev?
Good morning to the councils, to the chair. I'm Bev Bertzloff, Associate Director of Government Affairs. And I'll just give you a brief update on what we've been up to, things that are coming up on our government affairs agenda. Fairly informal. If you have a quick question, feel free to interrupt, or we'll have questions at the end, whichever you prefer. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion. So I'm going to start with the federal updates. As Grace mentioned in her executive director report, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, expires almost 1 year from today. It seems like just yesterday we were celebrating that bill was passed and the president signed it, and it was very exciting at the time. It was the product of intense bipartisan negotiation. A lot of that was led by one of Ohio's senators, Rob Portman, who kind of brought everyone together and got this sort of negotiated agreement for this bill. So now Congress has already started holding hearings about the next surface transportation law. These laws are basically, the surface transportation law is what guides all of the federal funding for transportation projects, for the state DOTs, for MPOs, for everyone. So it's a really big deal. It remains to be seen whether they will actually enact a new law by the time this one expires next year. Often what happens is they don't reach an agreement, and they'll extend the current law for some time until they are able to reach an agreement and get something through Congress. We've sent letters to our congressional delegation here in Northeast Ohio about what we would like to see in this next surface transportation law. We've also submitted letters to the committee leaders in Congress with the same information. And finally, the US DOT recently put out a request for information, a formal request on the Federal Register, and asked for anyone that's interested to submit what they'd like to see, and we did that as well. And I'll talk real quickly about some of the things that we said we wanted to see in the next law. We want to see increased direct funding to MPOs, which empowers local officials to make decisions about how some of these dollars are spent. We would like to see a shift in some of the discretionary funding programs, shift that to formula funding. As you may know, in the IIJA, they created dozens of new discretionary grant programs. It all seemed very exciting. Then the reality hit that all these communities that were interested in the money had to submit these very complicated applications. They had to hire grant writers and lobbyists, and we've assisted communities in getting as much of that money as possible, but it was very complicated. What we'd like to see is more formula funding going to the MPO, so the MPO can say, hey, we have this long-range plan. We have projects looking out over 20 years that our board has approved that we don't have funding for. Let us fund those projects. They've already been vetted. They're part of our plan. So that's one of the things. Another thing is we'd like to see Congress do more to stabilize the Highway Trust Fund and make sure that transit is included as part of that. As you may know, up till now, the Federal Highway Trust Fund has mostly been funded by gas taxes. Those are declined. The buying power of those gas taxes is declining. The gas tax hasn't been raised in, I think, a couple decades, and we're driving more and more fuel-efficient cars and EVs. So it's not keeping up with the funding needed to maintain our transportation network in this country. So there's been a lot of thought to what comes next. There were some pilot projects in the IIJA that allowed some regions to try out something like a vehicle mile travel program, where cars would pay based on the distance they traveled over, say, the course of a year. But they need to get more serious now in figuring out a user pays system where those who use the transportation system help pay for it. And we asked them to, once again, prioritize asset management over expansion. Let's maintain what we already have built before we keep building more. That's a longstanding principle here at NOACA in our legislative agenda. We also are requesting that they continue to prioritize safety, sustainability, and multimodalism in our transportation law. That passenger rail be emphasized as it was in the IIJ. They did put a lot of money out there for passenger rail, but in the whole scheme of things, considering the entire country, it still wasn't enough. We'd like to see that continued and augmented. We asked Congress to increase planning funds to meet federal requirements. Increasingly, MPOs are doing a lot of complex planning that requires more staff, which requires more money. The best projects are well-planned projects. So rather than wasting money, we'd like to see a little more in the way of planning funds for MPOs and planning organizations and state transportation, departments of transportation. And then also, we'd like to see a reduction in the local match. As you may know, most federal transportation projects, they give you money, but they give you 80% of the project cost, and the local communities have to come up with 20%, and that's often a barrier for a lot of our communities. So we would like to see them consider reducing that local match, if not for all projects, for certain projects. NOAC has tried to, assist communities, but sometimes it's a real barrier. So with all that in mind, with all those things I just stated, we are now at the point where we need to start talking about next year's legislative agenda. Each year I bring it to these groups, to all of you, these councils, and ask you for input. And then we take that input that we get from you and we take it to the External Affairs Committee that meets in a few weeks. And they then provide more input, and then the final draft goes to our board at its December meeting, and we approve a new federal and state legislative agenda for the upcoming year. So that'll happen this December, but believe it or not, we're already, getting there. So I wanted to talk about our legislative agenda, and really going to focus just on the federal side. We have a federal page and a state page. We're going to focus on the federal page since this reauthorization. These discussions are happening now, and we want our advocacy to reflect what our communities want to see, what our board wants to see. On the state side, we did a lot of updates, as you may recall, last year. And you all provided some great input that went to our External Affairs Committee and ended up being included in our updated 2025 legislative agenda. And that was important because this past spring was a budget year down at the State House, and we had transportation operating budgets. But this year, since there won't be a state transportation budget next year, that's a biennial budget every 2 years, we're really going to focus on our federal side. So here's what our federal side looks like, and I'll go through these one at a time. First of all, we have 3 priorities on each side. And on the federal side, one is strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs. NOACA advocates that Congress should both revise the federal funding formula to create a more equitable distribution of funds to local communities and strengthen and expand local control to MPOs by allocating more money directly to the regional and local authorities for core planning programs. And we name a few of those programs here. Direct allocation would facilitate the ability of local communities to precisely define their funding priorities, such as funding for multimodal transportation strategies and funding for transit. So that's 1. 2, we say promote asset management as a funding priority, which I just talked about. We advocate that Congress recognize the preservation of transportation assets as an equal or greater economic priority as compared to the development of new infrastructure. And that maybe Congress should create and augment funding streams for asset management implementation for transit roads, bridges at the regional and local level. And the third one is incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism in planning and funding. That Congress should include safety, sustainability, and multimodalism as specific priorities within state and local MPO planning requirements, with a focus on public transit, passenger rail, Hyperloop, and bike pedestrian funding programs. So that's what we have now. So now I've got this slide and I'm throwing out some potential items that maybe we want to, if we want to beef up that federal side with some additional points, because this is a document that we give to our members of Congress and our senators. So I wanted to go over some of these things that we put in that letter to USDOT and say, should we add some of these to our legislative agenda? And I want input from all of you. Should we ask Congress to increase planning funds, to shift some discretionary funding, those are all those grant programs, to formula funding, reduce local match for the federal transportation programs, streamline environmental review and permitting to accelerate delivery without compromising environmental protection. And lastly, stabilize the highway trust fund, including making sure some of that funding goes to transit as it does now. Any of those jump out at you? Any of those you think should go into our legislative agenda? I'll open it up right now if anyone has any thoughts.
I have a question, Director Glucci, if you don't mind. What is the likelihood of any of these priorities being operationalized? When I think about the tone and tenure of our current Congress and also our administration, it would seem like some of these would be non-starters for our administration. And so I'm curious, of the recommendations you have, what intelligence do you have maybe from the association of, MPOs nationally that some of these priorities can actually make it through into legislation that's going to be considered?
Great question, and thought a lot about that too. And we have worked with our membership organization, AMPO, and NARC. Those are the big associations that represent MPOs like us. And these are consistent with some of the things they're asking for as well. I think some of these have a chance, but it never hurts to ask for, to advocate for all the things that we support. I think that Congress might be interested in, say, that second to last one, streamlining environmental review and permitting, as long as we can ensure that we're not going to endanger the environment. There's been a lot of concern throughout the country for a long time that projects take too long in the United States to get done, and they do them faster in other countries. So, and some of those are good projects, transit projects, things that we want and need that will actually improve the environment. But when they take years and years to get them off the ground, maybe there's a way to look at what others are doing in other parts of the world and see if we can sort of streamline some of that process and get those projects out faster. It was some of the criticism of the IIJA, the current law, was that it put all this money out there for infrastructure, but a lot of that we haven't seen, shovels in the ground yet. So that's one I think that, this Congress and this administration might be amenable to. Maybe shifting some of the discretionary funding to formula funding. I know that, again, in this current IIJA, they put out all these grant programs, and then they found out, oh, gee, we've got to have a lot of staff at USDOT to administer these. They got thousands of applications for all these various grant programs, and you have to have a lot of staff to review all those. So, and make those determinations on which ones will be funded and then do the follow-up. So, I think that one's got a shot. Some of the others may be lesser so, but I think it's worth asking. But good question.
Oh, you go ahead.
Well, thank you. So yeah, I think for me, I would say yes to number 4. I think that's good. And probably that would have more success because I know that's probably trying to remove some regulatory burden on environmental review and permitting, which I think the current administration and Congress would be in favor of. I did have a question, and well, I guess a question about that, would that, when we think about that in real terms, is that basically US EPA is all right, you don't have to do, we're gonna take away this regulation. Like, is that what that means? Or I guess, what does streamline environmental review and permitting like mean operationally?
Sometimes it means like doing simultaneous reviews if more than one organization is asked to review, instead of doing them subsequent, let's do them all
Okay.
at the same time.
Yeah.
I see Scott shaking his head there. Yeah. Do you want to?
We have a raise grant project, and luckily I got out in front of it early for the grant agreement, but we went back and forth 13 times with different groups within FHWA reviewing the grant agreement, and my thought was like, why can't you all just look at it at the same time? So yeah, that's why I was shaking my head.
Right. I think there are ways to do it without compromising our commitment to protecting the environment, but it just requires some coordination.
Just as a follow-up, I think I kind of have a few recommendations. The first is around kind of labor costs. So infrastructure projects require like physical labor and skilled labor. And so one recommendation would be to make sure that as funding is being allocated for these projects, that labor costs are included. And that includes both kind of the higher ed side of this, which, engineers, individuals who are architects who are helping to like kind of come up with the scope of work for these projects, but then also on the workforce side, which is usually going to be kind of a much more localized kind of grow your own approach. So I don't know what that would look like, and I'm happy to talk to you about it offline in terms of how I've seen those kinds of recommendations integrated into other departments, such as like the Department of Defense. But that would be an example. The second is around when we look at reducing local match for federal transportation programs. Something that I see in the national philanthropic space is that instead of using match, they talk about leverage funds. And so when you're able to, and at least the Department of Commerce during the Biden administration was really good about looking at leveraged funds, which means, like, let's say there's already a local investment in X project, that can count as the match. And so just as a nuance in language that is pretty easy to make and isn't unprecedented, at least within the federal government, is to, instead of using the word match, use the word leverage. And that can kind of get you out of having to come up with kind of like cash on hand, which I know a lot of communities don't have right away. And then if I had a third recommendation, if you'll allow me, is to emphasize kind of like local control. And I think that there should be some, when you're doing that sort of lobbying or advocacy, providing some examples of where local control matters. And this is, I think, framing it in local control allows you to be able to kind of ally rural communities and urban communities, which have really different needs, but still need to be able to have kind of folks on the ground who can determine what is needed. So those would be my 3 recommendations.
Thank you. All really good recommendations. I like the one about leverage instead of match, but they're all great. I mean, local control is important. That's part of what MPOs were established to do, is give local communities more say in how these funds are spent in the region. We're seeing some issues with that right now. I'll be talking about that on a future slide. But yes, giving both urban, suburban, and rural communities more say in what kinds of projects they want to see.
Yeah, you may. To that extent, I was going to recommend
I'm sorry.
taking a look at back in the spring, Brookings came out with a recommendation to have a regional block grant to replace some of the discretionary funding. The rationale being something like 34% of vehicle miles traveled are on local roads, not state routes nor federal routes. And those are collecting gas taxes that go, federal gas taxes that then also just filter down to interstate projects. Doesn't help local areas, especially rural areas that don't have large interstate projects to suck up some of that funding. So like a regional block grant that goes either to MBOs or regional councils of government. And then to the extent we had some conversation about what might fly right now, stabilizing the highway trust fund. I was actually watching some testimony from a congressional subcommittee meeting earlier this year also, where there was talk of this, that we're yet again going to go bankrupt with the highway trust fund and how to replace it. And there were a number of folks giving testimony, and there was a good amount of agreement that vehicle miles traveled fee would actually be a decent replacement for a gas tax. I was actually surprised how much agreement on that there was. So maybe we even get specific on that and say, well, that would work for us. And I think that is kind of the most likely thing that would fly, since we've been, for probably decades now, we've been just spending out of the general funds or bailing out the highway trust fund.
Thanks. I did see that report about local roads, and it's true that the federal gas tax money doesn't support the local roadways that all of our communities have to maintain. They get some state gas tax money, but it's really difficult for local communities to do that upkeep and maintenance. So that is something that I think they should at least consider.
Yeah, I know, we want to make sure we have time for the last presentation. Angie has been waiting patiently, and then Lou.
I'll be quick. I was just gonna say, I have kids in school right now, and I feel like that system is really, the transportation system there is really breaking down, that it's taking up a lot more of our rush hour traffic, and we're having these lines really stretch out on the streets and everything. So as far as federal goals, I just wanted to put in a plug for maintaining at least what we're already dedicating to safe routes to school, if not increasing it. I think it's really a burden on a lot of parents. It's unhealthy for kids. And in a lot of cases in our communities, if just a few intersections could be improved a little bit, it would save a lot of time and energy for those folks.
Thanks. Great input. Thank you.
Another thing I would like to address, it's my impression, our state government actually does not like to put in money for public transportation. So every time when federal government has to fund some funding to us, and our state government in the budget legislation always like to, if originally they say they will put a $500 million, just a round number for the sake of this theory. When they hear federal government will have lots of funding out for capital projects, they will actually take some money back into the general fund and still claim we have more funding. Actually, those are from the federal. So when we say we want, doesn't matter, match or leverage, we probably really say that more specifically, not a local, like a county or our area to do the matching or leveraging, but states should still do their part. Otherwise, they always cheat on us. We put in more revenues into the state, but we rarely get what our fair share back to do the work locally. So I think when we propose these things to the people at the Capitol Hills, we have to be careful with the wording. So later we will not give the state government more excuses to do this kind of things to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. And yes, we continually advocate that the state put in more actual state money into transit.
Yeah, we don't want the local government, like a city, county, MPO areas to do the matching or leveraging. We want the state government to do that.
Right. Thank you.
Last one. from
Last and
Valerie.
brief, because I know we're trying to get through. Hey, I just want to point out something. This is more so for Bev and for Grace, but for everybody. When I was just at the APTA legislative annual meeting, and then we had the legislative committee meeting, there were two recommendations that they were putting forth that impact MPOs. The first one, I get it. That's the one that, there was a mandate that transit agencies have to be represented at your MPO board, which we have here. That's not our issue. It's the second one that I thought was interesting, because I think it's a Pandora's box. I don't know if NARC or AMPO is watching this, but the second recommendation was related to the first. they do have transit agencies, they do have MPOs that are not putting transit representation on their board. The second one was an appeal process for MPOs that are not, the point of it was, if you're not putting the transit agencies on the board, we need an appeal process, but it's written as a recommendation and it's completely open-ended. It gives the impression that giving the opportunity for there to be an appeal process with an MPO if you don't get funding, if for some reason, you know, whatever happens. And so I raised it there saying, have you guys talked to NARC and AMPO about this one? And they said yes, and I could tell by the response, it probably didn't go so well. So I just want to put that on our radar that we should just watch that because that's a national recommendation. I get why APTA is recommending that. I think the part that is so open-ended should be of concern for MPOs.
Yeah, I can tell you that I'm co-chair of that committee. That's the MPO committee for APTA. So we did have the privilege of looking at the language. I supported the first one. I think the first one's very important, although MPOs in general do not support that. They would like more flexibility and not be sort of pigeonholed into the transit. The second one was a response to the first one. And so, yeah, we're still working through some of those things, but I will look at them again.
Thank you. Okay, if that's, I'll move forward then. I'm just going to rush through these state priorities since I don't think we really need to talk about these this year. Next year is a different story.
I'm sorry, we
Oh.
really don't have time for this. Can you?
Do you want me to just go through these real fast? Yeah. Just wanted to mention that there are some directives coming down from USDOT that we have to pay attention to. They issued a letter back in April telling recipients of all federal transportation funding that they must remove DEI from all policies and programs to consider eligibility. Our board took action on September 12th at their quarterly board meeting to make those changes, following review by our legal counsel and the advice of legal counsel. And we had to dissolve our equity subcommittee. That was a tough vote for many on the board. But, you know, we felt like our federal funding was at stake. We weren't really given a choice on that. And then USDOT right now is canceling some of the bike and pedestrian and safety projects, even those that have previously received funding. If the funding hasn't been obligated yet, they're starting to claw back some of those grants that they deem hostile to cars or projects that could impede vehicle capacity and speed. So these are some of the things that are coming down from the federal government right now that we're working on. We're in touch with a few communities here in our region that may have grants that are impacted by these new directives, and we're going to try to, you know, reach out to our members of Congress and try to make sure that those grants are protected. Recent grant award, the city of Cleveland got $960,000 for a planning grant for their Cleveland North Coast Connector Multimodal Hub area study. This is part of the North Coast Connector project, and that we talked about a little bit earlier. And they want to plan a multimodal hub that will be right there on the North Coast to bring in to connect Amtrak and GCRTA, as well as long distance bus like Greyhound. So that's exciting. And then another grant they had previously won for almost $60 million, the city of Cleveland, is for the North Coast Connector to construct the land bridge and redesign the shoreway, and that was obligated. So that means that money is moving forward. So that's really good news. There's a couple federal grants currently available right now that are open. If you are interested in learning more, we have a funding resources webpage on the NOACA website, and we update that every week with new grants that are available. We continue to work with Ohioans for Safe Streets. The person leading that effort is Angie Schmidt, who's here, part of our ELAC. There's a meeting coming up next week in the Ohio legislature with some members of the legislature to really talk about what will be in this bill that we'd like to see introduced that will give communities more control over speed limits. We talked earlier about this organization that we would love to see Ohio rejoin the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission, MIPRIC. They had their annual meeting in Kansas City. We sent our government affairs liaison, Andrew Bean, attended that. He was actually the only person there from the state of Ohio. Even though Ohio's not officially a member, we continue to stay in touch with this organization and try to be part of the conversation. We want to be part of that Midwest planning when it comes to interstate rail. So Andrew did a great job representing us there. We also issued comments last week on the Ohio Rail Development Commission. That's part of ODOT. They do the rail work for ODOT, and they were enacting their new 4-year state rail plan. We made some comments reaffirming our commitment to passenger rail as opposed, in addition to freight rail, and encouraging them to move forward on the grants that have already been awarded from the Federal Corridor ID program to develop the 3 C&D passenger rail corridor through Ohio and the Cleveland, Toledo, Detroit corridor. And we also asked them to continue to work with us on extending the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad into downtown. We continue meeting with our state legislators. We've been doing one-on-one meetings over the last couple years. We had one yesterday with Rep. Eric Sinnenberg. These are great opportunities to really sit down and let them learn about who we are and what we do here and learn about what their concerns are. I just lastly want to mention this real fast. There's legislation that's been introduced in the Ohio legislature by Representative Mike Davila from our region. Actually, I think, yeah, from Berea, and then Brian Stewart, who's from the Columbus region. They have introduced legislation that would impose some new regulations on MPOs in Ohio. We're watching this really closely, and we're going to work with all the MPOs throughout the state to examine this, analyze this, and address this. It would do several things, preventing any single county from having a voting majority on an MPO board, allowing the governor to redesignate a county if they want to join a different MPO that's adjacent, clarifying that MPOs may not issue policies that conflict with state or federal law. That's already the case. And prohibiting a chief executive of an MPO from being simultaneously employed outside Ohio. We're really not sure where all this is coming from, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. We're going to work with all of our cohorts throughout Ohio, all the other MPOs and regional councils to track this and see what kind of response is needed. But you may be hearing about this. And that's all I've got.
Yeah, thanks, Bev. I think we're going to move on to project planning review. Ed?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ed May. I'm with the NOACA staff, and I'm presenting the project planning review for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2026. No action is being requested. I'm going to try to go through this, but there is a lot to this, so I hope you can bear with me. The item is being presented to these advisory councils for its information and input. This item was presented to our advisory councils, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, Transit Council, and Safety Operations Council for information and input, and it was recommended by our Transportation Subcommittee. The purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project's consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility and requirements placed on it by Federal Highway Administration, Federal Transit Administration, and the Ohio Department of Transportation. This project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process. This involves 4 levels of review. The project has been and continues to be reviewed by the staff. It is being presented to the advisory council, subcommittees, and committees. It's posted on the public for public review and comment on our website and being circulated for intergovernmental review. Now, on that subject, we do circulate correspondence through email to local governments and/or agencies that we believe may be impacted, affected, or interested. This is to provide an opportunity for consultation and also inviting them to review and comment on the project. The image on the left there is the correspondence we send out to the respective communities and agencies, and we inform them of the proposed project and invite their review and comment. And they can do this through online comment form, by phone, or mail-in comment. The image on the right lists the communities and agencies to which we've sent this email, and to date anyway. And we're interested to know if there are any others that we may not have considered that we can notify. So this is our process whereby we evaluate proposed projects in the early planning stages, and we use project review, that is the staff and committees, to evaluate these projects and identify any conditions or issues or concerns that should be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. So this process ends with the action being taken that it acknowledges and recognizes that the project has completed project review. It's fulfilled staff, board, and public review and does demonstrate compliance with NOAC's planning requirements. This enables the project to be amended to the plan. Ultimately, the project advances to the 4-year TIP. So we have this one project review summary and covers public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. The description is included in your packets on pages 10 through 14, with illustrations on pages 15 through 16. So this slide is the project sponsored by Brook Park. The project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure and a transit station in the city of Brook Park. This would be to support a development area site in the city, located about a half a mile east of Hopkins International Airport and directly west of the I-71 Snow Road interchange. Its estimated total cost is $82.2 million. That includes $4.8 million for preliminary development, detailed design at $6.5 million, and then $550,000 is estimated for right-of-way, all of which is going to be locally funded. And then there's a construction phase estimated at $70.3, for which the city is applying to the Transportation Review Advisory Council. Also listed here as a component of the overall project, but not included in that $82.2 million cost, is a transit station. The city provided a preliminary estimate of $40 million, but a funding source is yet to be identified and determined. Now, within this project area is a 175-acre former Ford plant site, which is the proposed location of a Cleveland Browns Dome Stadium and a multi-use development, including residential, retail, commercial, office buildings, and hotels. Now, this site is bounded by Snow Road, a combination of frontage roads from southwest to north, 5 Points Road, Engle Road, Henry Ford Boulevard, and State Route 237 and CSX Railroad. So the proposed improvements are broken down into what the city is referring to as buildable units. This illustration is in your materials. These infrastructure buildable units are listed in the lower left there. They are the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements, improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp, Snow Road Ring Road connector, realignment of the State Route 291, Ring Road improvements, and then a pedestrian facility and bridge, and then also the GCRTA station. So the next 7 slides are going to elaborate on each of these. So this first slide contains buildable unit number 1. This involves the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. So it is expected that event traffic will lead to traffic congestion in the I-71 northbound direction, which will also impact airport traffic using Snow Road. So in order to mitigate this congestion, the sponsor is proposing an additional left turn lane be added to that I-71 northbound exit ramp to Snow Road, and that the widening be done on the west side of this existing ramp so as to avoid any kinds of impacts to the residential properties on the east side of the ramp. The sponsor is also proposing minor modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp, and that's encircled by that, encircling the number 1 there. This will be required to allow for widening of the northbound exit ramp. The estimated cost of this buildable unit is $1.2 million. This next slide shows buildable unit number 2. This involves the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements, and the unit includes proposed improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Snow Road going westbound. Also a slip ramp from the I-71 southbound to Engle Road. This will eliminate the northbound movement over the CSX tracks. So the current configuration as of right now allows for both north and south movement. So this is proposing to eliminate the northbound. A slip ramp from westbound Snow Road going to Engle Road southbound, and the addition of an I-71 southbound exit ramp flyer bridge to Ring Road. This bridge would be elevated and span Engle Road and CSX Railroad and carry 2 lanes of I-71 southbound exit traffic to Ring Road. The estimated cost of this is $21.8 million. Here we have unit number 3. This involves the Snow Road Ring Road connector. This unit would provide access for all Snow Road traffic to Angle Road, which currently doesn't exist. It includes a new intersection installed at the first span of the existing Snow Road Bridge by the number 3 there on the right. Modifications to the existing Snow Road Bridge, which includes the elimination of the first 2 bridge spans. That's that image in the middle there. With a new abutment constructed east of Bend 2, and then new retaining walls to support the north-south lanes of the Snow Road Ring Road intersection. 5 Points Road will be relocated. The one-way section along the site perimeter will be removed. The section south of Snow Road will have a cul-de-sac. That's by the number 3 on there on the left. And the new intersection with Snow Road would be the one on the left as well. This unit also includes roadway improvements to Snow Road in the lower left picture. Moving from left to right, you see goes from State Route 237 to the Snow Road Bridge. The estimated cost is $9.9 million. This one here involves the widening and realignment of approximately 1,300 feet of Angle Road, moving from bottom to top. You could see that it starts just south of Snow Road, continuing on under the Snow Road Bridge, under the proposed I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge, and then ending at Ring Road. They are exploring alternative alignments. They're being evaluated to possibly avoid the need for permanent right-of-way acquisition. Also, the required number of lanes is to be determined based on the results of the traffic study, which we have received and are currently reviewing. The sponsor did report that a crash analysis along Angle Road within the project limits revealed 24 crashes over a 3-year period from 2022 to 2024, 16 of those being angle or side slipe collisions. This crash pattern highlights a safety concern that this proposed realignment here seeks to address by eliminating the confusing configuration of one-way roadways in this area. This is estimated to cost $1.8 million. This next slide shows buildable unit number 5. This involves about 5,300 feet of roadway improvements and creating a ring around the stadium and development site. So beginning south, about 2,200 feet south of Brook Park Road, this is a 5-lane section for reconstruction of Angle Road, including pavement replacement with curb and sidewalk on both sides. South of Hummel Road, the road widens from 6 to 7 lanes, intersecting with the realigned Angle Road, the lanes from Snow Road to Angle Road connector, and the new I-71 southbound flyover ramp. The portion of the roadway from this intersection to the connector road is considered Ring Road. The sponsor reports that the number of lanes needed along Ring Road will be confirmed through the traffic study. Again, we have received that. We are reviewing it currently. Its estimated cost is $14.6 million. The next unit here involves a pedestrian facility and a pedestrian bridge. It's anticipated that all of the off-site parking will be northeast of the project site, primarily located along Angle Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. This being the case, the sponsor is proposing a pedestrian facility and bridge to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing the off-site parking. The location of this bridge is being evaluated. The preferred option, though, represented in that light purple line there, would be to construct a pedestrian walkway which goes from West 164th Street, running parallel along the east side of I-71, south to Hummel Road, and then along the south side of Hummel Road with a pedestrian bridge over Angle Road to the development site. Its estimated cost is $14.9 million. Lastly, this unit, the city provided an updated project map that included a proposed GCRTA station moving from top to bottom. This shows a transit platform in the dark blue line, the ramp to a pedestrian bridge in magenta, and then the pedestrian bridge highlighted in green. The sponsor reports that RTA, the city, and Haslam Sports Group have been meeting in connection with the project to maximize the transit impact. A rough construction cost estimate provided is $40 million. So this is the results of identified multiple key locations and corridors that are anticipated to experience congestion during an event scenario, including the following roads: Snow Road, Bagley Road, Angle Road, Smith Road, and Brook Park Road. So these next two slides, this and the next one, they contain illustrations from the feasibility study appendix that represent the capacity analysis reports that were generated for both weekday and Sunday scenarios. The results have been summarized and presented for a weekday and Sunday stadium event. So this slide shows the weekday event results schematic. The thick red lines represent congested routes. The red circles represent locations with a level of service of F, which indicates flow would be significantly restricted, lower speeds, volumes would exceed capacity, and there would be delays with stop and go traffic. The red rectangles represent game day management road closures. And then the areas in green depict the identified parking areas. This slide shows the Sunday event results schematic. I won't go through this again. I do want to share with you the next several slides, which are comments made by the staff and the advisory councils. And these are categorized as recommendations and information, which the staff advises the sponsor consider incorporating into the project design. These comments reflect our planning process that NOACA, the sponsor, and ODOT can refer to during design and project development. Regarding this project, the staff notes that off-site parking for the development is a question. The development is estimated to provide approximately 12,000 to 13,000 spaces on site. All off-site parking will be northeast of the project site, again along Engel Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road primarily. But it's not yet clear where necessary off-site parking along these roadways will be located and available. So staff is recommending a study of where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel by transit or rideshare services. This is in order to understand the impacts to traffic in the surrounding area. Knowing where the parking is located would be help to aid in identifying pedestrian movement and potentially safer routes for all users coming from all directions. Another recommendation shown here is that a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts to transportation infrastructure development. I'll just move on here. Now, another comment here is, aside from referencing the proximity of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located about a mile walking distance from the proposed development, the project doesn't really show or lacks a major transit component. And so with the concern about available parking off-site, it would be beneficial to have a dedicated transit serving the site. An option, for example, would be constructing a new Red Line station, which is referenced earlier in Billable Unit 1. A less costly but also less impactful option would be to have frequent shuttles for bringing transit visitors to and from the site. That's not an option anymore, as we heard from RTA. They do not recommend or support that. But both of these transit options would certainly encourage transit usage and also reduce congestion and then help to decrease the need for additional parking in the surrounding area, with the on-site rail station having the largest regional impact. There's no information, this is another comment here, excuse me, I'm sorry. There's no information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. So in order to evaluate the full impact on pedestrian site access, it's important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It's recommended to provide more detail in this area. And then also a comprehensive traffic study, which has been submitted to us, will be reviewed, and that should allow us to provide an analysis of the traffic impacts, which is a critical component to the project, as there are questions related to the interaction between the stadium, and particularly on the event days, and the airport, which is the largest in Ohio. The traffic study, again, was provided to the staff, and we are reviewing that currently. These are information comments, which include project information that's shared with the committees and board. This helps to assist in their understanding of the project and potential effect on the region. There's 3 information comments here. The project is located within the Big Creek watershed. The watershed is impaired for recreation contact due to E. coli. The next comment is that the project intends to limit traffic congestion, which should improve the overall air quality. The third comment is that this project will simplify roadway network at Snow Road, Engle Road, and 5 Points Road and make it easier to travel. The existing configuration can be confusing to navigate with many one-way road segments and turnarounds. So this proposal adds signalized intersections and eliminates the one-way segments, resulting in a more traditional road network that will likely result in a safer network for vehicular traffic. So here are the cost estimates. A comment on the cost estimates, they are preliminary. The opinion of probable cost is for all 6 buildable units, not including the transit station, and the schedule is for all buildable units to be constructed concurrently between 2027 and May of 2029. And the proposed infrastructure improvements will require coordination with roadway and bridge projects planned for 2027 and 2028. Now, these comments are from the respective advisory councils regarding various issues. For example, the Transit Council. There was a member that wanted to emphasize the importance of recognizing that transit systems carry ongoing costs and routes and services are adjusted. And to carefully consider this and evaluate this as part of the project rather than assuming that the transit providers will resolve these issues. The next comments here are from the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council. It was observed that the BPAC emphasized the importance of convenient transit connections, particularly given GCRTA's plan for a new station adjacent to the airport, so that visitors would not need to walk long distances to reach the site. It was also noted that the pedestrian bridge proposed thus far connects to a future parking area with few other non-vehicular access options identified, and asked that this be further explored. Another member noted that during large events, there's not only vehicle traffic, but also heavy pedestrian traffic. So they emphasized that this should certainly be factored in. The member also asked how connections to existing RTA stations are being addressed, particularly for pedestrians, and that ensuring pedestrian connections across newly widened roads, in addition to addressing vehicle traffic to and from the airport, is extremely important. And finally, that the project team consider installing pedestrian refuge islands, noting that there are a large number of lanes to cross. For example, Brook Park Road has 5 lanes of traffic. Smith Road has 5 lanes of traffic. Another member expressed concern about the potential impact of northbound traffic on these streets, particularly with respect to West 150th Street, given its residential environment. And then another member indicated that the project team wasn't sure if the project team had determined the parking deficit at the stadium. Safety Operations Council comments were that it was noted by a member of the council that RTA's official position is that the distance from the Brook Park Station to the football site is about 3,000 feet, which is similar to the walking distance from Tower City to the existing stadium. RTA wanted to make sure that while they may collaborate with others who wish to explore these alternatives, RTA will not fund the project and stress that this is not an RTA project. It was also acknowledged by another member, acknowledging that the focus on game day and event day experiences are certainly significant, but he wanted to emphasize that project designers should also consider the everyday needs of Brook Park residents near the stadium. This member noted that residents may need to walk, bike, or drive in the area, and cautioned against simply prioritizing event traffic for 30,000 fans over the daily needs of the community. This member further stressed the importance of conducting a sidewalk inventory, ensuring sidewalks are adequately wide and continuous, and addressing challenges such as crossing the 7-lane Snow Road. The member also suggested incorporating pedestrian refuge islands and other traffic calming measures. So those are the comments. The next steps would be for NOACA staff to forward any comments from these councils to the project sponsor, This project will then be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor will be notified that their project has completed project review and that staff will work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues identified during PPR. So having said that, I wanted to make you all aware that there are representatives here from the city if you have any questions. Thank you. And I believe that the mayor would like to make a statement.
Good afternoon. I'm Mayor Ed Orcutt from the city of Brook Park, 6161 Angle Road. This project right here that has been presented to you today has been something that we've been working on for about 2.5 years. We understand the feasibility study has just been presented to NOACA. It's 1,610 pages. We realize that's going to take quite a bit of time for some folks to go through. The positives that we've learned through the feasibility study is that the identified areas where we will have congestion are areas that we can start working on our traffic mitigation plan. We work every single day on this project. We are providing a budget to City Council that will add additional traffic cameras to the city of Brook Park. Last year, we had invested in $600,000 in cameras. We'll continue to do that every single year, leading up to 2029 when we have our first kickoff in the new stadium. The reason being with that, we want to utilize automation to be able to make this more efficient for people visiting the area. I will remind everybody here in this board that, or the multiple councils that are here, that the intention is to have about 18 to 20 major events every single year. Me personally, I'd like to be able to say that we'd like to bump that up to about 25. We don't look at this is just a project for the city of Brook Park, but Northeast Ohio and the entire region. We feel that the more major events that we can have, what that will do is impact the surrounding areas and especially the city of Cleveland and downtown Cleveland. So those are some of the plans that we have with some of the comments that were made at the early council meetings. The project that we have going on right now, you'll see a number of about $80 million on that. The private investors have about $11 million invested into the traffic studies and engineering. Today, we have Dennis Albrecht from Osborne Engineering that will also be able to assist with any other questions that you may have. But with that said, though, while I'm here, does anybody have any questions or comments for myself?
Any questions?
The remaining funding would come from who? Is it the city of Brook Park or NOACA or?
That's the most important question. Obviously, these are very necessary improvements to be able to help with traffic flow within the city. The funding sources, we have already applied for track funding with ODOT. We will go and present on October 8th in New Philadelphia to the track board. We've also been to Washington, D.C. I was there Wednesday. Had 7 different meetings and even had the opportunity to meet with Secretary Duffy with the Department of Transportation. He's also the acting administrator for NASA. And for those folks, obviously we know we have John Glenn Research Center right here in Brook Park, Ohio. We were awarded the nuclear fission program, which we're very proud about. And not only will these upgrades help with the new entertainment district that we're trying to build right next to Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, but also with the growth that we'll have at NASA. So we look to be able to have the funding from the state and the federal government as well too. With that said, the city of Brook Park, 7.52 square miles, we are healthy financially. We are not healthy enough to be able to afford $70.3 million on our own. And without this project coming here, there would be no need for that. So I will just tell you right now, as the representative of the city of Brook Park, the funding will have to be coming from the state, federal government, or from the private investors.
Any other questions for the mayor?
Hi, well, first of all, thank you. I forgot your name, but who gave the first presentation, but thank you so much. Very detailed, and thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the city officials of being here. Appreciate your time. I just have three quick sort of comments, not necessarily directly for you, but just about the project in general. I think, first of all, kind of looking at some of the comments that were presented already in previous forums, I think one, I would concur, and I'm sure that you and the city council are taking this into account, is just making sure that all the residents, have all of their needs taken care of. I know you're all over that, but just reaffirming that. I think it is important for not only to have those events, and hopefully we have, 25 or more, but make sure all the everyday needs are being accounted for. I think secondly, I would also, somewhat similar to that, consider, especially like on game days, like what will airport traffic look like? I know that's already being thought of, but I could see people like they're, driving, they're running late, and then they're like, oh no, like there's a game, I'm missing my flight. Like we don't want to see that. And then I think third, and this is a tricky one, is about the RTA. Additional station. I don't know for certain, but I saw in the comments that one of the other members said that there's 2 transit stations. I guess my view would be, let's try to think about how those could be used rather than necessarily building a new station, because that new station, 40 million, big price tag. Now, would it have the right, flow? Like, of course it would be used on game days, but maybe there's a way to think about the other 2. And I think you mentioned, RTA said, yeah, there can't really be any other options, like alternatives. But I would think, is maybe there's like, I don't know, a bus that could take people from the stations, or maybe people just need to walk, which, we kind of do that already, and with the current stadium. But using those existing assets, and maybe thinking about expanding them to serve the needs rather than creating a new infrastructure would be my recommendation. But so no specific questions, but do thank all of you for your hard work on this and being here. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to some of those comments. First of all, you brought up a lot of great points. I'll try to remember them all, but obviously it shows that you've done a lot of research on this project. And there's been a lot of things that have been said today about all the different agenda items. And I believe one of them was said that, some of the people that show up to meetings, maybe the majority of them may not be for that, or maybe some of the comments made are not in favor of a project. Nonetheless, whatever the comments that were provided today by other members, council members, or subcommittee members, I think there are good questions or good comments to be made, because we need to throw all those things on the conference table to be able to sort through them and figure out what is the best solution for everything. Not any of the comments that I hear one-on-one where I have board members reach out to me and make their comments and ask questions, or I would just tell you that they're more positive in nature, and they're promoting this in nature, especially when it comes to RTA. I'm not going to sit here and speak as if I'm Director India and say, hey, this and that and the other thing. I do know as a whole, as part of the County Planning Commission, I'm one of the members, that we do promote expansion with RTA. That's going to help connect neighborhoods. When I first moved here from New York State in 1995 for school, the one great thing is I lived in Shaker Square, and I had met my wife who lived in Brook Park, Ohio, and I was able to connect back and forth within about 35 minutes, and it was really convenient. The topic about Hopkins International Airport is very important, obviously. Most folks that travel to the airport get off at Snow Road and travel west. for about the same length of time, or maybe just a little bit less. If you were to take 480 to 237 south, you would get there just a little bit quicker. What we have to do is work on message boards, making sure that we educate the travelers to be able to know where to go. The other thing that we will be creating in Brook Park is a traffic division. With those cameras, obviously that won't be a full-time position. People always say, how can you afford this? Well, we're not going to put on 100 new police officers so that we can just maintain traffic for 18 to 20 times a year. My hope's 25 times a year. We will create a traffic division of part-time workers that will be able to assist. We'll have a command center for traffic. We'll be able to watch where the congestion is building up, and we'll be able to use the police officers that are on the grounds at those critical areas of congestion and be able to make traffic flow a lot more efficient. When it comes to the transparency with the residents of Brook Park or even our neighbors about this project, I don't know if I can get on TV anymore. I try to be able to talk about this project almost every single day. We'll be on at 6:30 tonight with the Stadium Showdown, Channel 19. We do State of the Cities often. I give a report at every single council meeting. I will continue to be transparent. I've been at every single meeting. Director Galucci even said, surprised to see you here again, but the reason why we're here is we want to make sure that we can educate every single person that has an important part of this project. And fortunately, we have NOACA here that has, their filter system that will be able to make us even more efficient. I don't know if I covered all the comments, but again, thank you very much for diving into this project as much as you have.
Yeah, Lou and then me. Basically, let's go next.
This is Lou again. I really believe all the communities should do projects to improve the local conditions. Now, in this case, I don't think it's wrong for Brook Park to come to NOACA to ask for fundings or any other kind of assistance to improve the local roads for the area. However, this probably should have been done even without the Brown Stadium. Brown Stadium itself right now is still kind of controversial. We know airport is, this Hopkins Airport is actually a lifeline for the whole region, not only Cuyahoga County, even for Medina, for all the surrounding counties. That's why MPO is important, and I'm glad you come up here. But I just wish you will come here to improve your community even without Brown Stadium. And this is the reason why lots of the past comment, I came to all other meetings before this one as an observant person, community member. And I really think the project really has to take care of more of the pedestrian. Doesn't matter it's the local residents or the visitor. All right. And the roads should be widened, the bus services should be increased, or even the rapid station should be built. All these are good. But if you only want to target all these things based on the stadiums, that does not make you look too good. Yes, having Brown Stadium in Brook Park may really help your local economy to a certain degree. But as the people living in Cleveland, we all know these stadiums, the boosting of the local economy is actually very limited. Majority of people, they do need a transportation, maybe to work at the stadiums in different kind of capacities. But can people in Cleveland or even surrounding suburb cities, how many people can actually afford to take their family to go to these stadiums on their off day to enjoy the game? So please don't overestimate the possibility the Brown Stadium will bring you the boost of a local economy. But I do appreciate your effort to improve the traffic condition, the life qualities in your area. So please consider this project even also without Brown Stadium. Lots of other comments, they are valid with or without Brown Stadium. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I could respond to some of those comments. Lou, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that opportunity to talk to you while you were at the other meetings. When it comes to improving whether the stadium's there or not, let's just pretend that the stadium wasn't coming there. To be able to improve the conditions of traffic flow within the city with the infrastructure that we have would, in my opinion, be unnecessary. We're unique, Brook Park, where we produce just under 800,000 motors for Ford Motor Company every single year. We've been doing that since the 1950s. We did that with 16,000 workers up until 2012. We had 16,000 people coming in and out of our city every single day, 7 days a week. And how did we do that? Well, when you have State Route 237 to the west of this property, you have Interstate 480 to the north, Interstate 71 to the east. Now, this is all right around the stadium. Snow Road and the Turnpike just a few miles south, that provided enough adequate capacity for the traffic flow in and out. Now, when you reduce 16,000 people coming in and out of your city every single day down to 1,800, there would be, it wouldn't be necessary, it wouldn't be responsible spending to be able to say, hey, we're going to go and widen the exit ramp at Interstate 71 northbound to Snow Road. So I hope I make sense by saying that. Now, when we start adding 600 to 1,000 apartments in the mixed-use area that will be around the stadium, when we have 462 hotel keys at the mixed-use area, now we're increasing our capacity. Now, we're 18,500 residents today, and if we increase with those hotels and those apartments, with these improvements, and I do have Dennis from Osborne here to correct me if I'm wrong, day-to-day traffic, not major events, because let's be realistic, when you have a major event anywhere, you're going to have congestion. We know that. But day-to-day traffic, the impact on the community of Brook Park with these improvements will actually be reduced by 0.25. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. I got a couple of questions for you. So what's great to hear is all this development happening in one location. So the airport announced that they're going to be doing $1.6 billion investment to revive and modernize the terminal at Hopkins, which will include a new rapid station as well. And you all are developing this massive entertainment complex literally across the freeway from it. And what I'm not seeing here is that I got all this new stuff on this side, but nothing's on that side. And forgive me for thinking that I think it's a missed opportunity and there may not be, there is an opportunity for a more cohesive rethinking of how vehicles and traffic will move around the site. So that's more of a comment, not really a question. The question is, going forward, you know, how can the city of Brook Park and the city of Cleveland coordinate and collaborate on making sure that both of these projects, these regional assets, as you say, are working in the best for everyone who's trying to go there? So that's the question. And my other concern is about the parking being to the south northeast of the site. My concern would be is when you're going to a destination. Now I work for a consultant, and we work for arena projects here. When people go to an event, they go to the event. They don't go to some place up 2 miles away from the event than to go park. Especially when you go an event like a stadium, which people only go to a stadium, let's say 12 times a year, where they may not have gone before. how are you going to facilitate people getting to those parking areas when all of your investments and infrastructure are very much focused around where that site is? Does that make sense? Now, I understand you're connecting the pedestrians to the site from the proposed parking, but how are you going to facilitate not having so much congestion on Brook Park? Yes. I'm sorry. What did you miss?
I think it was, I think it was the portion of, I think you were talking about something about pedestrian and how can we get the people.
Right. Let me be a little bit more. I'll say it again. So the proposed parking additions where the excess parking will be located to the east of 71, correct? To the northeast of 71, basically around Brook Park in that area. Are there any concerns about how visitors will try to get to the stadium, but then have to be redirected to those additional off-site parking spaces there? Because I understand for events, and I've worked with arenas and stadiums, that we have a lot of issues with people getting bunched up trying to go to this one destination. They type into their GPS and then having to be redirected to another location a mile and a half away. So are there any other thoughts about investments on how to kind of deal with that or help out with that?
Yes, both great questions. I'll start off with the first one, and collaboration is number one. You can't do anything without being a good regional partner. So despite what you see on the news, where you probably see some created division between county leaders and city leaders, it doesn't exist. At least in my mind, it doesn't. At least in my experience, it does not. I have a very good relationship with the county executive. Mayor Bibb and I had just met, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, about his project in the airport and the proposed new stadium. What I'm committed to doing with the city of Cleveland is building a global gateway, a destination where we have these upgrades at the airport that makes it state of the art. And when you come out of there, you actually drive down Snow Road to be able to get to Interstate 71 to come downtown to all the different museums and the different attractions. The traffic engineers have been collaborating together, both Cleveland's and this project. So we have Eric Smith from Davie Resource Group working directly with the traffic engineers that are working with Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. So that's a must. It's already happening. We're working together to make sure that everything in and around that airport and this mixed use area and the Dome Stadium will flow correctly. The question that you talk about, the parking to the north and to the east, as the mayor, I'd like to see everything away from our neighborhoods. We will be locking down Hummel Road, which is just east of the stadium. We do not want pedestrian. We do not want motor vehicles traveling through that area. We want to keep our neighborhoods safe. We will be able to close off Angle Road at the railroad tracks to be able to kind of keep everybody out of our neighborhoods and away from the railroad tracks. We don't want that to happen. Now, something that you didn't see on your presentation today was any traffic, parking to the south. The more and more we work on this, in a perfect world for the mayor, I want everything away from our neighborhoods. I do understand we do have closer parking on Snow Road, and we have identified that as an area where people will be parking. There will be additional parking on Snow Road, which was not part of the presentation. That has been some internal decisions that we have made at the City of Brook Park. Our civil engineer is here today, Ed Piatek. Our Public Works Director, Brian Beyer, is here today, and our Economic Development Commissioner, Paul Marnichek, is here today. The things that we have been working on, so what have we done to be able to mitigate any issues with outside of the stadium parking? We're in negotiations of buying land right now as we speak, just east of Interstate 71, which would provide thousands and thousands of additional parking spots. The city itself has invested into the corner of Snow Road and Interstate 71, just to the northeast corner of that intersection. We've just invested just under $2 million and purchased a hotel, raised that. We own land that's connected to that, which would lead to the pedestrian bridge on Hummel Road. And what our next investment will be is to put a pedestrian walkway from Snow Road all the way to Hummel Road, which would take you to the pedestrian bridge. So there's things that we have done after this presentation's been prepared. There's things that we're continuing to work on that will help improve that. Furthermore, the sidewalks on Brook Park Road and Angle Road will all be enhanced. We'll make them larger. One side of the road doesn't even have sidewalks right now, and they will have that.
Yeah, thank you.
May I have a quick comment?
I want to go to that person right
Oh,
back there
sorry.
first.
Hi, I just wanted to also make some comments. There's a couple of different things going on over there, that it's all leverage, right? So we're talking about, not only the stadium and that development, we're talking about the master plan for, the airport, we're talking about Blue Abyss, and we're talking about NASA and other things that are going on in that area. So it's not just about the Brown Stadium. We're hoping that it's going to be more than used 8 or 9 times through the year. But what that is bringing is a huge economic boost to that area and hopefully to the developments that are there, right? And we also have to think not about the people that are visiting, but the people that are going to be going there all the time. And these are talking about workers that are going. We have to make sure that they have access to get to those places, because right now the access is not all that great unless you drive. So, you know, I'm applauding RTA for looking at and hoping to move forward with what they plan to do or they will propose to do for this area. The other, I appreciate the mayor's understanding about what the potential could be to the residents in the area. So trying to protect his residential neighborhoods in that point. I have to encourage, and I really like this project. If the stadium can't be downtown, this is a great place for it to be. And again, the leverage of everything that is happening over there with all the infrastructure that is needed is really is something that is not just how, I don't want to put it callously, but it shouldn't be pretty, right? It should be something that's very useful and that can last the test of time, as well as hopefully encourage other development in that area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment.
Go ahead.
I truly appreciate Brook Park. You come to Noaca. This is the community engagement we need. You come here several meetings to explain, answer questions, and also to find out the potential problem you guys did not think about, didn't know. And I definitely want to thank Marvin and the lady there. You actually addressed the issues. That was my intent as well. I think you should present your project not solely based on stadium. You should think about the project is to help the airport's own project, the expansion, the possibility of NASA's work, and also the residents in the area and the workers in the area. If you present it that way, some of the design, it will be easier to improve. And that will really make the whole community will embrace your project better. Because if you only say it's about Brown stadiums, lots of people already hate this idea moving. They think it's because the Brown stadium, the Browns owners want just to make money. So they want to move the stadium. So in that case, if you also focus on other projects in the area, that actually will make you more thoughtful and to do the project. And NOACA definitely will help you on funding because practically Brook Park does need those conditions with or without Brown Stadium anyway. So if you try a different approach, which you will make a Brook Park community appreciate this whole thing better. Yep. Because any construction happens, it will disturb everybody's daily life a little bit. the people living there and the people going there to work every day. So if you actually let them know, it's because you try to help them as well. You are human-centered. You take your residents and workers in your city, up there. You really value them. You consider you are doing this for them. That will make your project more successful. Don't worry about brown stadiums that much, because that actually make your plan having these flaws Marvin just pointed out, for example, or some other people in other meetings they pointed out. Myself, I definitely want you to have a way better design for pedestrians and pedestrian safeties, visitors, residents, anybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Lou. Jeff?
So if I heard correctly, this request wouldn't be made if it weren't for the stadium being built?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
If I heard correctly, it would, this 82 million or 70 million wouldn't be requested if it weren't for the stadium being built?
That is correct. That is correct.
Then I have to agree with both what Lou said and what Ms. Carvalho said. It would seem as though that access is needed, a better infrastructure is needed for the everyday situation and circumstance that we have over there. We have a lot of economic possibility there. And that if this request won't come because of the stadium, it would lead me to believe that this isn't answering that problem. It's to something else. And in that case, it's hard for me to see anything here but rent seeking. And the public resources should go to something that's more productive for the region and for the state, rather than to support the stadium, which is not additive. It's merely shuffling around what activity is already happening. But with a better project, I might think differently of it, but this doesn't seem to me to be anything other than spending our resources in a way that doesn't actually benefit ourselves and creates a whole lot of maintenance liabilities for you going forward that probably aren't going to get covered. So I worry about your own tax base for that, but that's a different story. Anyway, that's what I had to say about it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Again, I just want to thank everybody with their great comments, and yes, I hope you do listen to it. You're bringing up great points. I'm gonna, and if there's more questions, I'll be here, but this would be kind of like my closing statement. As I heard a lot of great questions and comments made today, Lou, I might have to hire you as my assistant to be able to kind of advise. All joking aside, we have been talking about this project as a whole, not about Cleveland Browns, about what we're doing to Northeast Ohio. So I'm going to back up for a second,
Yeah,
and I'm going
this is the reason why I have this name tag here, because I wish you do better. I know NOACA will support you, but if you give the wrong points, and everything will go to the wrong direction, not you actually intend, that gives you the bad name for the wrong reason. So I'm glad today I can actually say something as a member on the table instead of being an observer. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I may continue.
Please.
Something that I have mentioned at the other council meetings and subcommittees did include NASA and also the growth of Northeast Ohio and the regional area. It was mentioned by someone here today that the Browns conversation is a bit controversial.
That was me. I said that. Sorry.
Please.
That wouldn't be the opinion of the city of Brook Park. Knowing the totality of the facts and circumstances around the existing stadium, knowing that there's well over $100 million in repairs that are needed from the data that was provided publicly, knowing that they utilize funding that will not even come close to being able to provide enough revenue to make those repairs with the sin tax. I believe that expires in the year 2034 on December 31st. And they're averaging about $4.5 million worth of revenue that is utilized to repair that stadium. So when you do the simple arithmetic of 4.5 million, we'll just say 10 years, how do you take $45 million and projected revenue in the future to be able to make repairs on $120 million or $100 million, $80 million of repairs at a stadium. Arithmetic just doesn't line up. So you would have to get very creative, work with the investors. I believe the investors have made their decision to be able to take that money and put it elsewhere to build a dome stadium, which would need less maintenance with a roof over it for future costs. But most importantly, too, I want to make a clear statement to these committees and councils that you can't convince, at least myself, Ed Orcutt, the mayor of City of Brook Park, that 10 to 13 major events a year are keeping downtown afloat. That's just, if there's 1,000 people in the room that say differently, I just can't convince me of that. Now, if we can build a destination where people are going to bring their paychecks here and be able to see concerts in the middle of the winter where we can't in an open air stadium right now, we don't have the hotel rooms in Brook Park. We don't have the capacity to hold them. If you actually check the data that we have with the Cleveland Browns, the Haslam Sports Group, when there's concerts, major concerts, over 50% of the people, and we can tell through digital sales, are coming from outside the state. They're going to need some place to stay. Who has the capacity to be able to handle that? Downtown Cleveland. I can't speak for every visitor. I know when I visit other cities, when I go to Western New York and see a football game at Orchard Park, I don't hang out there. There's no hotels. There's cornfields. I go to downtown Buffalo. I end up staying in a hotel down there. I eat in the restaurants down there. On Sunday morning, I get up and I go and see the game. Those are the totality of the facts and circumstances of why we're here. Ed Orcutt just isn't here fighting for the individual city of Brook Park. Of course, I have to be able to listen to my residents and the constituents that are my bosses. They have had a lot of information from me. What we're trying to do is we're trying to further assist and to really get into rebuttaling the last comment that was made there. Currently, the state of Ohio makes about $15 million from the Brown Stadium with CAT tax, income tax, and sales tax. That's with the events that they have here. As we have more events, that provides more CAT tax, more income tax, and more sales tax right there. So it is an investment by the state. I know a lot of people are saying these unclaimed funds are a bad way of doing it. It's a loan system with guarantees put on top of that to pay the money back. It'll follow inflation. So we'll make, actually, as a state, we'll make more money than we're investing in on the payback with those guarantees put in there. Furthermore, the projections are very high, in the billions, okay, in the billions. If we're making $15 million a year as a state, all right, multiply that over 30 years, that's $450 million. If we're projected to make billions over 30 years, and maybe some of them are inflated, I've heard $3 billion. Well, let's cut $1 billion off and just put $2 billion. That's still a delta of or a lot more than 450 million, maybe 450 million in 30 years with inflation. Let's give it 800 million. That's a delta of 1.2. So these are investments that we're making for our region. The last thing I want to see is the Cleveland Browns to leave like they did in 1995. When they left in 1995 to 1999, there was less potato chips being bought. There's less hamburger and hot dog buns being bought. When you have less things like that being made, less routes, where the drivers are putting those products for consumers out there, you're cutting jobs. When you cut jobs, you lose population. We're stuck with all of this infrastructure since 1970 when we had the highest population, and we keep declining and keep declining. There's got to become a point where we stop, we work together, and find a way to build a global destination that brings people here, that builds jobs. That is what I am here for. Not here for the city of Brook Park and a ribbon cutting ceremony to say, hey, I'm the mayor, look what I did. That's not what I'm doing. In fact, if we can find a place down here in Cleveland, let's do it. But all of those resources have been exhausted to find another place, and it just happens to be that Brook Park has prime land in the state of Ohio, 176 acres. And we have a chance and an opportunity as a region to put the first dome stadium in the state of Ohio here, which will draw higher events like NCAA championships. And possibly we can work towards even having our first Super Bowl.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
I think in the name of time, we've gone over just a little bit. I think it's, I'm going to go ahead and wrap us up.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for coming. Are there any updates or reports from any of our committees? Any old business? Is there any new business? And can I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thanks for going the extra mile.
Thank you all. You want to keep, is this for me?
No, that's not.
All right, I'm not going to take it then. And I try to keep it.
That's right.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, but
Yeah, should be fine. We'll see if I mean, I should be able to make it. When is it again?
December, if not, we'll look for December 5th.
That should work. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be here.
Okay.
Not November. Well, this is fun. We should do this again soon. I know. I'm excited.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your support.